understandable. But what's not understandable is your racist rant. That's not understandable. You don't get a pass for that. He's raised $624,902 so far. And this is his post. This is his campaign. This is not somebody that looked on the outside and say, hey, I want to help out. This is him going straight to GoFundMe on the same day that the tragedy happened. You tell me who's doing the grifting. I am Jeff Metcalf. My son, Austin Metcalf, was tragically stabbed today at a school track meet. He couldn't even wait 24 hours before he stuck his hand out. Yeah, I know some of y'all don't like to hear that, but I'm going to call a strike and a ball a ball. He said that Carmelo Anthony's parents are grifters. What is that? The same day, the same day his son, if something like that happened to the average person's son, I'm sure a GoFundMe would be the last thing they think of. I mean, at that point, on that day, you're grieving, you're so grief-stricken, you can't even move, let alone get online, put all the correct information in, put your name, phone number, email address, your bank account information, writing a heartfelt letter, sharing, sending it out to people. Hey, can you share this? Can you share this? Can you share this? I know people grieve differently, but shouldn't there be some type of grace period? Like something just for grieving. Just for grieving. And I'm gonna tell you something, fam. I suspected that Jeff was a racist all along, but I gave him the benefit of doubt. Until I see it, I ain't gonna say nothing about it. But I gave him the benefit of doubt. He seemed like a grieving father. Let him have it. He's a grieving father, let him have it. If he's angry, just let him be angry. He has a right to be angry at Carmelo, but not his parents, who did everything they could to raise him well. And I still think they raised a good young man. I think that Carmelo Anthony was defending himself, and I think he did what anybody else would have done. Anybody who was being attacked. Let me tell you something, family. I don't have to be attacked by 2 people. I don't have to get jumped by 5 people. If you put your hands on me and I got something on me, you're going to get it. Straight up. I'm going to defend myself 1,000%. Every single time, I'm going to defend myself. So, Jeff, they say, is the bully. Again, he claims in an interview that he's never put his hand on a woman, ever. But he ain't say nothing about putting his hands on his kids. Did he put his hands on his kids? Did he put his hand? Is that where they get the anger from? They got it from somewhere. They got the bullying from somewhere. The bullying is indisputable. One thing that he won't say, he talks about Austin being a good kid and having a good a 4.0 GPA and all of that stuff, but he do not say nobody has disputed that they were bullies. Nobody has disputed that the boys, Austin and Hunter, were bullies. Nobody has disputed that. Again, fam, we live in a country where bullying is supposed to be unacceptable. But we know that's a lie, because The guy who sits in the highest office in the land on Pennsylvania Avenue is a bully. And millions of people like his bullying tactics. They like that. They get off to it. They don't run from it, they run to it. I suspect that they run to it because they ain't got the balls. They ain't got the disco balls to do a lot of the things that he do. Yeah, I know you. I know you. I know you. I studied you. But what say you, fam? Drop a comment. I'd love to hear your thoughts. No more talk.
Breaking news right now, the shooting at a major hospital. At least 2 people shot inside, the entire campus on lockdown. Dozens of people walking out with their hands up. Officers in tactical gear rushing in. Dozens of law enforcement surrounding the building. Our reporter live at the scene. Also tonight, the chilling new details of an alleged plot to attack the White House UFC event. Plans for explosive drones and snipers to target top officials and billionaires at that event. 5 suspects arrested. The urgent manhunt tonight for others. We're also tracking dangerous floods ravaging the Gulf Coast. Passengers rescued holding on to a rope. Floods nearly topping car roofs. This woman saved just before her car is submerged. Plus, what could be the first named storm of the season. We'll show it to you. The deadly B-52 bomber crash, 8 killed, and now the widow of 1 crew member telling our Liz Kreutz the plane should have never flown. Were previous takeoffs delayed? The baby shot and killed by police after officers responded to a shoplifting call at a Walmart. One witness saying it was all over a box of diapers. Bombshell new reporting on Jeffrey Epstein's death. What 2 of his cellmates reveal about his final days. The new video of the Washington reflecting pool now bright green just days after the president's multi-million-dollar project to turn it blue. Can the algae be removed? Dramatic video, the U.S. Coast Guard leaping onto a runaway boat. What happened next? Are Scottish fans drinking Boston Dry? The bars running out of beer as World Cup mania kicks into high gear. And there's good news tonight, the heartwarming surprise send-off for a beloved high school janitor. Nightly News starts right now.
This is NBC Nightly News with Tom Yamas.
And good evening. It is great to have you with us tonight. We want to start with that breaking news. We know 2 people have been shot after a gunman opened fire at a Wilmington, Delaware hospital. That hospital saying it's in lockdown right now as police look for a possible shooter. And take a look at this chopper video right now. We're just getting in a huge police response with dozens of people being led out of the hospital with their hands up. This happening right in the heart of Wilmington. I want to get right over to Johnny Archer from our Philadelphia station, NBC 10, who's at the scene for us right now. Johnny, what do you know?
Well, as you mentioned, Tom, Wilmington police tell us that 2 people were shot inside Christiana Care's Wilmington Hospital around 3:30 this afternoon. They would not give us an update or a status on the shooter, but as you can see behind me, people are starting to exit the hospital campus. Now, Christiana Care officials tell us that the hospital was put on lockdown when the shooting happened and after the shooting happened. But we did notice, and you noticed from the video that you showed a little bit earlier, Tom, that people were exiting the hospital with their hands up. We noticed a lot of people coming out of this main entrance where we are right now. And those people have since, many of them have gotten in their cars. And as you can see, they're leaving the perimeter right now of the hospital. But we are expecting an update from Wilmington police around 7:30 this evening to hopefully find out more about the condition of the victims, also the status of the suspect and the why this shooting happened. Tom?
Still so many questions. Johnny Archer there live at the scene for us. Johnny, we thank you for that. We turn out of that plot to attack the UFC event at the White House, foiled by the FBI, and now the manhunt for more suspects. Kelly O'Donnell has the latest on the investigation.
This White House celebration, a UFC fight to mark the nation's 250th birthday, the alleged target for a disturbing, potentially deadly conspiracy. Foiled by federal agents who say they arrested 5 suspects in Ohio, Missouri, California, and Nebraska. but more remain at large.
It was an active plot, and it's ongoing.
Officials say the suspects coordinated on TikTok and various encrypted chats. Their twisted plan, officials say, would fly drones with explosives over the event to force the crowd to evacuate. And then snipers would fire as the high-value targets fled, including the president, billionaire guests, and a list of Republican lawmakers whom one suspect said took contributions from AIPAC, the American lobbying group that advocates for Israel.
It's a terrorist plot. That's not a few guys doing crazy stuff. That is a coordinated, planned terrorist plot.
19-year-old Tyson Proper of Ohio is among those arrested and charged with federal conspiracy and attempted murder. According to a criminal complaint, Proper's mother alerted police, concerned that her son quit his job and spent $3,000 of his graduation money to buy weapons and gear, including this rifle painted with an American flag, while posting anti-Semitic comments on Facebook. Another suspect, 32-year-old married father of 5 Daniel Eskridge of Missouri, posted a photo of his tactical gear and wrote, "When it's go time, I'll have to leave them behind in hopes I can return with a brighter future for them." The motivation? Tyson Proper told authorities this attack was designed to jumpstart a revolution in the United States.
Kelly joins us now. And Kelly, the search for suspects is still ongoing tonight?
That's right. A dozen FBI field offices and U.S. Secret Service have been working this case, and they're in pursuit of 9 other potential suspects who have been identified as being involved with this group, while a dozen others are known only by usernames, not their true identities. This case is open and active, Tom.
All right, Kelly O'Donnell for us. Kelly, thank you. We are also following deadly flooding down south. Parts of the Gulf Coast underwater today as a major rainmaker slams the region. Ryan Chandler reports from the storm zone in Houston.
Deadly flash floods slamming the south. In Texas, dangerous rescues to save passengers trapped in rushing water.
He's taking off. He's taking off.
This tow truck near the Louisiana border trying to pull a car stuck in high waters. These cars stranded in the Houston area amid heavy rainfall. Roads completely submerged. Houston officials issuing this warning.
People need to realize that water can come up very, very fast, and we may not be able to get to you as quickly as you think.
One woman in southern Texas was found dead, county officials say, after her vehicle was swept away, even while she was on the phone with 911.
Man, it's like tidal waves, man.
In Louisiana, torrential downpours creating chaos on the roads. This man rescuing one woman fleeing her car through waist-deep water. And feet of flooding blocking neighborhood roads in Mississippi. This truck pushing through water, reaching its doors. And in Florida, not floods, but 2 wildfires already burning through more than 800 acres, with firefighters racing to contain the flames. Large plumes of smoke rising above the suburbs west of Miami. While back in Texas and in the Gulf, millions remain at risk from a system still expected to grow more severe. Ryan Chandler, NBC News.
And that same region now on alert for what could be the first named storm of the season. Bill Cairns joins us now live here in studio. And Bill, that's not the only threat in the days ahead.
No, going to be a very difficult 24 hours for a lot of people. So let's start with Texas tonight on the coast, and then as we go throughout the next 24 to 48 hours into Louisiana and Mississippi with more torrential rain. This will likely be what is going to be Tropical Storm Arthur tomorrow afternoon, just off the Galveston, Texas coastal areas. You notice the path from the Hurricane Center. Thankfully, it's not going to intensify into a hurricane or anything like that. It is a rainfall problem. So as far as the rainfall totals go, some areas could locally get up to a foot of rain. Also, tomorrow at this time, all of our friends in areas from Missouri, Illinois, especially Indiana, a tornado threat. Not just a tornado threat, Tom, but the chance of violent, strong tornadoes this time tomorrow.
Okay, we'll stay tracking both those systems. Bill, we thank you. We have a major development tonight in that deadly military crash in California we told you about last night. A B-52 bomber crashing just after takeoff, killing 8. Now, one of the widows is speaking to NBC News saying that plane should never have taken off. Here's Liz Kreutz.
Tonight, the wife of one of the victims in that tragic military crash outside Los Angeles making a serious accusation about the deadly flight.
The last text I sent him was, "I love you."
Lauren Smith tells us her husband, Jeremy Smith, a Department of Defense engineer who had worked at the base for a decade, was regularly part of a team that flew on B-52 test missions. But the flight that crashed, she says, was supposed to happen last week.
I know specifically on Friday, they were going to fly on Friday, and they just kept pushing it back and pushing it back. And I don't think that plane was ready to take off. And I'm so sad it did.
NBC News has reached out to the Air Force, which says they will not comment on an active investigation. On Monday night, authorities on the base said what caused the Boeing B-52 bomber to crash remains unclear.
At this point, we don't have any indication as to what the cause was of this.
Officials say the 8 people on board the flight, which burst into flames shortly after takeoff Monday morning, were a mix of military, civilians, and government contractors. The Air Force has not publicly identified the victims. Boeing says 2 of their employees were among the deceased. Lauren says her husband had only returned to work last week after paternity leave, leaving behind their toddler and 4-month-old son.
He was the best dad, and I'm so sad he doesn't get to watch them grow up. And in the midst of Father's Day on Sunday as well, it just hurts my heart so much.
And Tom, the military says they expect to release the names of all the victims tomorrow morning. Tom.
Liz Croy tonight with that interview. Liz, thank you. In Mississippi, an investigation is underway tonight into a police shooting that left a 1-year-old child dead. Officers responding to a reported shoplifting call at a Walmart. A witness saying the child's mother and her friend were carrying diapers when they left the store. George Solis has that story.
A shattered window and bullet hole in the windshield. The aftermath of a deadly police shooting in Senatobia, Mississippi that resulted in the death of 1-year-old Cohen Wiley. The shooting sparking outrage.
I'm more angry because the situation that took place really was unnecessary. What I'm hearing from what happened, it was unnecessary.
According to investigators, the shooting, which took place Sunday in this Walmart parking lot, occurred when officers responded to a shoplifting call involving 2 adults and a child. Authorities say the 2 adults, now identified by the family's lawyer as the boy's mother and her friend, tried to get away, driving toward and nearly hitting an officer. Another officer then firing at the car. In this video, officers can be seen running. One witness telling a local reporter of the 2 adults. One was carrying the child, the other a box of diapers.
Policeman shot, open fire in a public setting over allegedly some Pampers.
Investigators say the trio ended up at a local hospital where the 1-year-old was pronounced dead. One of the adults suffering critical injuries. No officers were injured. The family of Cohen Wiley now distraught and demanding answers.
I don't know anything right now. My grandson gone. I just want justice.
Tonight, the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation is now investigating the shooting. George Solis, NBC News.
All right, we want to head overseas now and to President Trump at the G7, now promising to hold a news conference to read the new Iran deal word by word to reporters. Gabe Gutierrez joins us now live from Geneva. Gabe, good evening.
Yes, Tom, the president today is saying he'll probably hold that press conference and read it, that text word for word, even as top Republicans in Congress say they haven't even seen the agreement. The president, meanwhile, trying to sell the deal to European allies here at the G7. Complicating all of this, a U.S. official tells NBC News Iran has fired multiple drones towards commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz since Sunday's agreement, and that the U.S. military has been shooting them down. This all comes as average U.S. gas prices drop below $4 a gallon, with predictions it'll fall below $3.75 by July 4th. Oil plummeting well below $80 a barrel, approaching what it was before the war. Tom?
Okay, Gabe, we thank you. And back in Washington, one of the president's D.C. renovation projects facing criticism tonight after millions of dollars were spent to turn the reflecting pool blue. It's now very much green. Ryan Nobles reports.
President Trump has made the overhaul of the iconic reflecting pool on the National Mall a top priority.
We used a dark blue. It's called American flag blue.
Trump promising a new blue base designed to be seen through crystal clear water. Even driving the presidential beast over the empty pool to tease the changes. But now visitors are surprised by what they find.
The first thing we noticed was that it was green.
Were you expecting green?
No, not at all.
Would you want to swim in that water?
No.
The goal was to have this pool a shimmering blue in time for the 250th anniversary of the country. It's obviously green, but crews are furiously working to make that a reality. dumping hydrogen peroxide into the water, vacuuming up new algae blooms. The Department of Interior promising new technology will eventually clear things up. Experts warn completely killing off algae in such a large, stagnant body of water at the height of summer is no easy task.
When the conditions are favorable, again, high temperature, high light, high nutrient availability, they just grow.
The $14.6 million pool project, one example of the Trump administration's effort to update several D.C. landmarks. And while tourists are hopeful the renovations will work, some are skeptical the price tag and the intense effort into the reflecting pool will ultimately deliver.
It doesn't really look like anything's changed.
Got to work on the algae control. It's kind of hard to prevent.
Ryan Nobles, NBC News, Washington.
All right, when we return in 60 seconds, the bombshell new details on Jeffrey Epstein's final days from two of his cellmates, what they said. Plus, runaway boat, the action movie stunt the Coast Guard pulled off to bring it to a stop. We'll show it to you. We're back now with a major new investigation into Jeffrey Epstein's death. The New York Times revealing new details on his final days from two of his cellmates. Here's Stephanie Gosk.
At the heart of the Epstein saga, one of the key questions, did Jeffrey Epstein actually take his own life? The New York Times releasing a months-long investigation today attempting to answer it.
That it would have entailed a massive conspiracy that would have been nearly impossible to pull off to murder him, so everything points towards the fact that he killed himself.
Relying on millions of publicly released documents and dozens of interviews with inmates, prison guards, law enforcement, and others. The report revealing notes it says Epstein hand-wrote in the days before his death, including this one. Only pain to me and others in the future, it says. Not very much fun. Epstein's cellmate Nick Tartaglione, since convicted of multiple murders, tells the Times that Epstein came back from court after being denied bail and asked, "How do you make a noose?" Tartaglione says he caught Epstein preparing for suicide twice, including trying to tie a sheet to the grate over the cell window. Tartaglione says he told the guards, but nothing was done. Days later, Epstein was discovered motionless, but still alive. What the DOJ Inspector General concluded was a possible suicide attempt. 2 weeks later, Epstein was found dead in his cell. The Times investigation focuses on Epstein's last cellmate, Efrain Reyes, who said he told Epstein, "Don't try to kill yourself in this cell," according to a document in the Epstein files. Reyes was later moved out of the prison, saying he warned guards, "Get him a good bunkie. He's not good to be alone." Epstein did not get another cellmate.
Inmates are very unlikely to hurt themselves if they have somebody near them, and so that was a huge mistake.
Stephanie Goss joins us now live in studio. Stephanie, from this reporting, it sounds like prison guards ignored multiple warnings that Jeffrey Epstein wanted to commit suicide.
Yeah, both of Epstein's cellmates warned the prison guards, but instead of Epstein getting more monitoring because he could potentially take his own life, he was instead ultimately left alone in his cell, and within 24 hours, Tom, he was dead.
Okay, Stephanie, we thank you for that. We're back in a moment. We're back now with a wild scene on a Maryland river. You can see this boat here doing donuts. The problem is no one is driving. The Coast Guard catches up and one brave coastie jumps from his boat onto the runaway vessel. The agency says the captain was thrown overboard during a high-speed turn and was later rescued. And in Boston, a World Cup update. Scottish soccer fans are having so much fun celebrating their team in the World Cup that some of the city's bars are running out of beer. This is not a joke. Sam Adams says it had to schedule an emergency delivery after the Tartan Army drained their tap room. How much beer? Well, another Boston bar said they tripled sales from St. Patrick's Day. Cheers to those fans. When we come back, the emotional surprise for a beloved janitor. Finally, there's good news tonight. When a school janitor retired, the entire school pulled off a send-off surprise. Hundreds of students lining the halls, clapping and cheering, ready with fist bumps and big hugs. All for this man, Mario Gonzalez. He's the beloved janitor at Our Lady of Good Counsel High School in Olney, Maryland. For 39 years, he's been a steady presence, always ready with a smile for generations of students. There was a time a job this meaningful felt far away. Mario was born prematurely with cerebral palsy, and doctors weren't sure he would survive. His speech is limited, but his love for life is clear. His younger brother, Jorge, helped him get the job.
I was kind of reluctant because I wasn't sure how would he be accepted by the students, but it was love at first sight. They loved him the minute they saw him.
So when Mario decided he was ready to retire, the students knew they had to go big. His sash reading, "The legend retires."
It was a very emotional moment because I saw the love, and they're so happy for him.
A final send-off from a school celebrating a man who means so much.
Mario was in this beautiful atmosphere where he was accepted, where he was loved. And he felt it. He knew that that was his place.
Mario Gonzalez, congratulations on those 39 great years. That's Nightly News for this Tuesday. I'm Tom Llamas. We thank you so much for watching. Tonight and always, we're here for you. Good night. We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
We are coming on the air with an official update in just the last minute on life-threatening storms that are creating severe weather for 16 million people tonight. The race to rescue people trapped in rising floodwaters as officials warn of catastrophic damage. Then the new arrests after the FBI allegedly foiled a plot to target the UFC event at the White House with explosive-loaded drones. What we know about one suspect who allegedly said the attack would, quote, jumpstart a revolution in the U.S. Then it's not easy being green. Just ask the historic reflecting pool here in Washington why it's turning green again, even after President Trump's multi-million-dollar mission to clean it before July 4th. Plus, the controversy facing Major League Baseball after some players put Bible verses on their Pride Night hats. The new warning just issued by the league. And the new warning shot in a famous family feud, what Brooklyn Beckham is now saying about his rift with his parents, and a new World Cup ad. That is later in the show. Hey there, I'm Ryan Nobles in tonight for Hallie, and tonight 16 million people are at risk of deadly flash floods ahead of a potential tropical cyclone that could bring more life-threatening conditions in the south. Look at this. In Louisiana, Missouri, and Texas, you see people abandoning their cars in the middle of completely washed out streets. Millions across the Louisiana coast are now under tropical storm warnings. And take a look at this, a tow truck trying to pull a vehicle out of all of the water in Texas. We now know one woman is confirmed dead after her car was swept away there. And then the main city at the highest risk, Houston, ahead of what could be the first named storm of the season, taking shape around the Gulf Coast right now. Our meteorologist Bill Cairns is watching it all, but first let's bring in Ryan Chandler. He's on the ground in Houston. So Ryan, give us an update there. The conditions might get worse in Texas tonight. What kind of resources are going into keeping folks safe out there?
Well, Ryan, the largest threat to life here in Houston is going to be on the roads. The bad news is Houston is incredibly susceptible to transportation right in the center of the city. The good news is this happens often, and officials know exactly where the most dangerous flood-prone areas are. So they are pre-positioning barricades to shut down roads that they know are going to be dangerous, reminding people that even a foot of water is enough to carry a car away. Unfortunately, elsewhere in Texas, we've seen a death in exactly that situation, a woman who was pulled away in her car in rapidly rushing floodwaters, even as she was on the phone with 911. Here in Houston, we also know that they are transitioning dump trucks into high water rescue vehicles and pre-positioning boats to rescue people who inevitably may get stranded on the roads. Here's the urgent message from local officials today.
If you get in a position where you see high water, it's very hard to adjust. You may think you can pass it in your car and you'll get stuck. And then that puts our first responders, our police and fire apparatuses in a very difficult situation. Turnaround, don't drown is very, very important.
We've seen a steady stream of rain here over Houston throughout most of the day. Some significant flooding on the roads, stranding some cars just north of here in the Woodlands area. But we expect the rain to last through the night as that storm system continues to strengthen, Ryan.
All right, Ryan Chandler, thank you so much. Stay safe. We appreciate your work out there. Let's bring in our meteorologist, Bill Cairns, now. So, Bill, we did just get an update from the National Hurricane Center. What are we learning?
The storm is moving as expected, not strengthening, and the risks are still all about the rainfall. And we're not really worried about storm surge or even the winds with this storm. It's going to be interesting to see who gets the heaviest rains out of this. All the pictures that you've seen, by the way, of all the flooding hasn't been from this tropical system. That's just been from a stalled cold front with a lot of tropical air around. Now we have to deal with what's going to happen as the storm begins to form. And you can see how some of this rain is actually dissipating. This was the rain that produced a lot of heavy rain earlier today with the stalled out front. This spin is with the actual storm itself. And you notice there's not that much wet weather over land, just some spiraling showers. All the heavy stuff is out over the water. So later on tonight and tomorrow, if you're right along the coast, that's who has the best chance of getting that heavy rain. Of course, Houston is near the coast, but not right on it. So it's not guaranteed that we're going to get that heavy amount of rain in Houston, but it's still a possibility. This is the new forecast path. First thing we'll say is, notice the winds, 35. Then tomorrow afternoon, 40. If it gets up to 40, then all of a sudden it becomes a tropical storm, and this would be Arthur. And then it should move somewhere around the Beaumont, Port Arthur area. And then we do have tropical storm warnings that are now up. East side of the storm is the stronger part. That's why we have these warnings. I don't think, this area gets hit by huge hurricanes. And if they get 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts, that's not going to cause any damage at all. But that's the areas that just it's a rule. If we get winds that high, you get tropical storm warnings that are up. The rainfall is by far 99.9% of any of the damage from this storm will come from the rain, not the wind or the waves. We have already had this tremendous amount of rainfall today in northern portions of Louisiana, southern Mississippi. Picayune, Mississippi had 8.5 inches of rain today. There's a ton of flooding in the town. But with the actual tropical system, we haven't really seen that much in the way of heavy rainfall. But that'll change. Tomorrow, areas near Houston, down along the coast. And then, not tomorrow, but as we head towards Thursday, that's when the heaviest rains will be in Mississippi and also Alabama, and that's why we could have these really high rainfall totals. So this purple area here, the maroon, that is the best chance of getting all of the serious flooding. And I will mention this too, right? Tomorrow, we are going to see a very dangerous tornado day. Tomorrow, by far, the biggest risk is going to be these tornadoes at this time rolling through Indiana and Illinois, not what's happening with Arthur down in the Gulf with the flooding. So, two active storm systems and one tomorrow. Very, very dangerous. Maybe our most dangerous tornado day of the year tomorrow in the Midwest.
Okay, Bill Cairns, it's going to be a busy night in the weather department. We appreciate it, Bill. Thanks. At least 5 people are in custody after an alleged plot to target the UFC event at the White House over the weekend. That, according to new court docs, the would-be attackers plan to use explosive-loaded drones and shooters to fire at the thousands of people who were at the event, which, remember, was a celebration for the president's birthday and America's 250th anniversary. The FBI says 19 people were involved in a chat discussing the alleged plot, including a 19-year-old from Ohio who allegedly planned to use the attack to, quote, jumpstart a revolution in the United States. More than 4,000 people were at the UFC fight, including the president, VP, and other top members of the Trump administration. The Justice Department is declining to comment on this. We've also reached out to the White House, but we haven't heard anything back. Let's bring in Kelly O'Donnell, though, who's tracking this story. So tell me more, Kelly, about what we do know and how this alleged plot was stopped.
Well, one of the most important things is that the mother of the 19-year-old from Ohio called police, and she alerted them, and that sort of opened the doors for all the investigative work that followed, because she was seeing that her son had quit his job, had used money that he got for graduation to buy weapons and to assemble gear, and those kinds of things that could be used for this sort of plot. So it wasn't just talk online. Some of the members that have been taken into custody actually assembled some of the criminal tools that would be needed, drones, different equipment, camping gear for staying out, that kind of thing. And what we've been told is, according to the criminal complaint, that the members of this group, which some are known by their actual names, some only by usernames at this point, they wanted to protect the United States, which they believed was headed in the wrong direction. Members of the group believed that the United States needed to be torn down so that it could be rebuilt. So this was motivated by grievances, by a sense that they could do something. And what really stands out is that it was not just this connection online, but those actions, specific steps they were prepared to take.
Well, and it's interesting, Kelly, because we kind of feel like this UFC event was the kickoff of what are a series of massive events that are going to take place across the United States over the next couple of months. Obviously, the World Cup is now underway. We have all the events here in Washington and around the country in honor of the 250th anniversary. What more are federal authorities doing to try and keep people safe around these events?
Well, there are a lot of mitigating factors where they are using lots of their partnerships, state and local authorities, as well as all of the tools electronically to try to get a sense of what are people saying. But in this case, what's so important is that a family member saw something and acted on it. And that really was significant. And then beyond that, they're able to use all the technical tools to go into the chat rooms, to work with the social media companies to identify where these suspects are. And they're located across the country, those that are in custody so far. This plot is one in which all of the alleged perpetrators are not in custody. So there's more work to do. It's an active, ongoing plot. Even though what they were planning was exposed, there's concern that if they have these weapons and other things amassed and this intent, that they might act out in some other way.
Okay, Kelly O'Donnell, thanks for being on top of it. We appreciate it. Let's turn overseas now as President Trump pivots his focus to ending another war before he officially ends the war the U.S. is in right now. You can see there photos posted by Ukraine's leader, Volodymyr Zelensky, with the president. It was a very good meeting, per President Trump, saying he would do, quote, whatever I can to end Ukraine's war with Russia. The president says he can do that in part because of the so-called memorandum of understanding with Iran that no one's actually seen. But President Trump says once again it involves Iran never having a nuclear weapon. It does not include any investment in Iran, and that will make the Strait of Hormuz toll-free, as it has been already for decades prior to this war. Here's how Mr. Trump explained his focus now after a meeting with Gulf leaders.
We were focused on Iran. That's going to be in the back, in the rear view mirror.
Gabe Gutierrez is traveling with the president in Geneva. He joins us now with more on this. So, Gabe, the president laid pretty bare today that this whole process has exposed a pretty big rift with the top U.S. ally in the region, and that's Israel. Explain to us what's going on there.
Well, Ryan, the president's saying right there that he'd like to put Iran in the rearview mirror, but one of the things potentially preventing that is the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hezbollah, of course, the Iran-backed group in Lebanon. Now, President Trump, in the last several weeks, we've heard how he's been increasingly frustrated with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Well, today he was asked about the situation in Lebanon, and he issued some of his most pointed comments yet. Let's listen.
I'm not happy with the way Israel has handled themselves with Lebanon and with Hezbollah. They should have been able to do the job faster. It just goes on forever. And when that happens, it throws a negative light on the big deal, and that's the deal with Iran.
And there you hear it there with President Trump saying overall he still has a good relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu, although some question just how tight they really are. But this is hugely remarkable, Ryan, when you think about it. The key U.S. ally, Israel, there really seems to be this opening rift, and it raises a lot of questions about this conflict moving forward and whether this any sort of peace framework could actually hold if that, what the president has called a skirmish in Lebanon, continues, Ryan.
We talk about this memorandum of understanding, which is kind of the foundation of this whole war coming to an end, but we haven't seen it. The public hasn't seen it. Members of Congress haven't seen it either. The Senate's top Republican, John Thune, says that he's tried to get his hands on it, though. Listen to what he had to say.
I think any ultimate deal is going to have to be contingent upon their declaration, and not just declaration, but compliance and enforcement on their nuclear program.
So, first of all, it seems kind of startling that the most powerful member of the United States Senate hasn't seen the information contained in this deal. But is the president even attempting to try and get any sort of input from Congress here?
Well, it doesn't appear so, Ryan, and you know as well as anyone that the president hasn't exactly deferred to Congress in pretty much of anything in his second term here. So the administration really doesn't seem to be paying that much attention to what Congress thinks. Certainly not Democrats, and potentially not Republicans either. Now, today the president was pressed on why his administration hasn't released this text of the Memorandum of Understanding. He shot back that, the main parts of it, in his view, is that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. And he also floated the idea of potentially holding a press conference where he would read the entire text of the agreement word for word. So we still have a lot of questions about what it entails, but at this point, we do expect it to be formally signed here in Switzerland on Friday.
I think we'd be game for that. I bet we'd cover it live if you decided to read the whole thing word for word, Gabe Gutierrez. We appreciate that report. Thank you so much. Elsewhere, overseas, 2 people are in custody after the shooting and killing of a prominent critic of Vladimir Putin, now living in Poland. Robert Kuzhakov would slam Russia's president and the Chechen leader through his artwork using unflattering portraits of both. In a statement, Polish prosecutors say that they've arrested 2 Belarusian citizens immediately after the incident. Their connection to the case is being thoroughly investigated. Danielle Hamanjian joins me now with more on this. So, Danielle, how does this artist's death fit into allegations made against Russia of trying to attack its opponents under Putin's rule?
Yeah, Ryan. Well, his name is now added to a growing list, a list that is already long, of individuals who have either died or have been injured after having opposed Vladimir Putin. The list includes mercenaries, politicians, former spies, and now an artist. He went by the pseudonym Robert Simeon Skripensky, and according to the public prosecutor, this happened in the parking lot and the sidewalk near his residence in eastern Poland. He was approached by an unidentified man who shot him twice at close range. The victim fell to the ground, approached him even closer, shot him another 3 times before quickly fleeing. The victim, we understand, died at the scene. He was shot a total of 7 times, including with wounds to the head, to the chest, and the back. Now, immediately after, an alert went out, and as you say, 2 Belarusian men were arrested. Their roles are now being investigated. But public prosecutors say that Robert K., as he's been identified in the media over there, through his art, expressed criticism of the policies of Russian authorities. He painted unflattering portraits of Vladimir Putin, of the Chechen leader Ramzan Kadyrov, and other high-profile Russians. One of his portraits depicts Vladimir Putin being cradled in the arms of the Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin. And on Sunday, he posted a video of himself in Berlin putting a Russian flag in a bin on June the 12th. That holiday is a holiday marking Russia's sovereignty. Again, Polish authorities have not made any formal accusations. This is very much in the early stages of this investigation, Ryan.
Okay, Danielle Hamanjian, thank you for that. We appreciate it. New details tonight now. In a deadly Air Force bomber crash at a California base, the wife of one of the victims says that he was part of a routine mission that had been pushed back several times. Listen.
And they just kept pushing it back. And I don't think that plane was ready to take off. And I'm so sad it did.
Now, the Air Force has not publicly identified the 8 victims or determined what caused the B-52 Stratofortress to go down yesterday morning. Officials say it'll take upwards of 6 months to know exactly what might have happened. It comes after an FA-18 Hornet jet crashed in Washington state just 2 days ago. You can see the fighter jet falling out of the sky in this video and then slamming into a nearby hill. Let's bring in Liz Krutz. This is just an awful story, Liz. We knew, and we now know, I should say, that this was, I guess, a routine test mission. Was there any reason to believe that things could go this horribly wrong?
Hey, Ryan, as far as we know, no. Officials with the base say that they do routine test missions with these B-52 bombers there on the base every single day. Extremely experienced pilots. These are planes that have been in operation for decades. So there's a lot of questions about how this happened. You did just play a part of our interview with Lauren Smith, who says that her husband Jeremy Smith, was on that plane. And she said that she's been with him for 6 years. He's worked at the base for 10 years and never felt like she had reason to particularly be worried about him, that she felt he was very safe. This was, she described as well, as a routine mission. He had said that morning, I'm going to go on a plane like normal, kissed her goodbye. But she did say what you played there, that actually, as she thinks about it, that this was a mission that she says was supposed to happen on Friday, then kept getting pushed back. So that certainly raises some questions about why that was. NBC News has reached out to the military. We've not heard back on that front, but just really tragic there. She told us that her husband only returned from paternity leave last week, that he had been out because they just had a baby a few months ago. So really, really, really sad, Ryan.
Yeah. The airfield was closed most of yesterday. They've now reopened it to visitors, but are they taking any precautions in the coming days and weeks as investigators try and figure out what happened?
Well, what we know is that the investigation is going to take several weeks, potentially even months. And even after that, the officials said it's unclear what they're even going to be able to release to the public. It could be that some of this is classified. So it may be that we never fully understand what happened here. We do know that tomorrow morning, it's expected we should get all of the identities released. The Air Force has not released the names of the victims so far, and hopefully some more answers as well, but we'll see.
Okay, Liz Kreutz, thanks for being on top of it. We appreciate it. And now to the World Cup. One of the huge favorites to win the whole tournament, France, just in the last few minutes, beating Senegal 3-1 in their first group stage game. Here is France's team captain Mbappe celebrating the first goal, which didn't come until the 65th minute of the game. It wasn't just the first test for France, but for the New York City region's transit system itself. Today's big game shutting down access to New Jersey's transit trains on a workday for hours to anyone without World Cup tickets. Here they are getting on those trains and heading to the game. Just take a listen to the energy on the ground when they got there.
Let's go! I drove 12 hours. No sleep. Yeah!
And the other big game of the night is coming to the World Cup's smallest city, where the reigning World Cup champs, Argentina with superstar Lionel Messi, are kicking off against Algeria in Kansas City. We've got team coverage tonight. Shaq Brewster is in Missouri. But first, let's go to Stephen Romo. He is in New Jersey for us, where that game's about to kick off. Well, Steve, I would say the game just happened. The game between France and Senegal just wrapped up. Talk to me about the energy there. What is it like on the ground as people try to get out of the stadium?
Yeah, Ryan, what a match. We heard each and every one of those scores. France getting 3, Senegal falling with just that one score. But MetLife is over here across the street from us. The roars were just emanating out of that stadium. It was absolutely electric when we heard it. Fans showed up hours in advance of that start time at 3 p.m. Eastern. They're now pouring their way out. We've seen the buses already going. The trains are getting ready as well. Close to 80,000 people in there watching that game, now getting ready to make that mad dash home. This was the first weekday game at MetLife, a test for the final, which is coming up next month, to see how that will do. A little bit of a test drive here. Today, the celebrations stretched far and wide. So many people so excited to see this one. There was that 2002 game when Senegal upset France and shocked the world. The fans of Senegal today were really hoping that that would happen this time around. France did not quite make that happen for them, but the excitement beforehand, absolutely electric. It was a party until it happened. The party is continuing for the fans of the French team. We've seen, though, some Senegal fans that are not too thrilled right now, but what a game this was, Ryan.
I mean, Senegal might have got the toughest draw in the opening round. You can't feel too bad for them. They certainly played a good game. Stephen Romo, thanks for that. Let's move now to Shaq Brewster. He's in Kansas City. So much excitement there in Kansas City, Shaq. Talk to us what it's like on the ground there, especially for those Argentina fans who are hoping to win the World Cup again this year. How excited are they?
Oh, yeah, and you can probably see behind me there is a lot of blue and white because of that exact reason. Look, the match is happening later today, but folks were here at this Fan Fest watching the earlier match, and that was happening way back there. And actually, look, okay, some Algeria fans as well. I think we know who they're for. And then, look, on the other side, you have Argentina. So you don't know where it's going and how this happened so quickly. But I'll tell you, Ryan, this is also a pretty big test. This is also a pretty big test for Kansas City. Argentina, where are you guys coming in from? Where are you coming in from?
We're coming from Miami.
You're coming from Miami. You know Argentina's going to win tonight. Why are you so confident?
Because we are the world champion, man. That's what we are. What do we have in our team? I mean, we got Messi. Come on, guys. I mean, we got the greatest team in the world.
For those who don't know and haven't been to a World Cup, what is it like being here? What's the energy like? I think I saw some of it there, but tell me, what has it been like?
Go ahead.
It's amazing. Trust me. It's positive energy all the time. It's amazing.
Have you been to a World Cup event before?
No, but I'm so happy that I'm able to come to this. I know it's like a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and I'm glad that I'm able to share with like the friends and family.
This is the smallest World Cup host city, Kansas City. When you knew you were coming to Kansas City, was there any hesitation, or did you come here? Why not?
No. Because I mean, this is a great city. I mean, and people have been really welcoming to us. We've been feeling like home, basically. Yeah. So this is great.
All right. Ryan, you heard and saw how quickly things escalate, how excited these fans, and I think that shows you why, what the vibes are like on the ground and how excited these fans are. And look, this is the Fan Fest. This is not even where the game is going to be happening. That's happening miles away. Fans now leaving there to go to Arrowhead Stadium for the game tonight. Brian?
Yeah, obviously those fans from Argentina are pretty excited, but man, it's impressive how the Algeria fans are showing up. I mean, it seems, are you seeing quite a bit of green there? I mean, I'm sure that they will be underrepresented given how big Argentina's reach is, but we've seen some of these smaller countries pull some pretty big upsets, so there's got to be a little bit of optimism for Algeria there.
And that's what we keep hearing from the fans from Algeria, that this, while Argentina may be favored, they feel really good coming into tonight, because if you go back to last World Cup, Argentina also gave up a game early in that tournament. So there is a lot of excitement on both sides. I'll tell you, it's funny that I said that that Argentina was outnumbering folks here, because when you saw that group from Algeria, they made it known how vocal they were when they came through here.
Yeah, I would say one of the most fun things watching these games is seeing these small countries represent. Even if they don't have the bigger crowds, you hear them when their team scores. So, Shaq, thanks for capturing all that energy for us on the ground. We appreciate it. Coming up, the urgent search today for a missing woman in South Carolina, where police say she was headed moments before she disappeared. Plus, the new details just into us about an acid attack on a group of people in New Jersey. Stay here. The vice president just responded to an upcoming book excerpt published in the New York Times that says that he led a campaign within the White House to get the Justice Department to release all of the Epstein files, even any unsubstantiated allegations against his boss. The Times excerpt also says that Vice President Vance even tossed around the idea that Tucker Carlson should interview Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, who's serving a 20-year prison sentence after she was convicted of sex crimes. The Times reports that Vance thought it could help the president if Maxwell said that Trump wasn't involved in any wrongdoing with Epstein. Here's what Vance said when he was asked about the role he played in the Epstein files release. Watch.
Well, I'd say, first of all, don't believe everything that you read in any newspaper, whether it's a right-leaning paper or a left-leaning paper, because as you guys know, well, there are things that are true, things that are false, and things that are totally missing context. Well, here's what I'll say. So, number one, I am, frankly, kind of a conspiracy theory on the Epstein stuff, and that story says that that's one of the things that's true, is that some people called me a conspiracy theory on the Epstein stuff. And I love Susie, but absolutely, she thinks I'm a conspiracy theorist on the Epstein stuff, because I think that it's crazy that you had this guy who is clearly a sex predator who is hanging out with a lot of very wealthy and powerful people. Like, that really bothered me. I don't know what's there, of course. Nobody knows exactly what happened unless you were there, but that really bothered me, and I wanted to have full transparency. What I disagree disagree with is the idea that the White House wasn't committed to full transparency. We have to remember, like, I was inside the room when some of these decisions were made. The Epstein Files Transparency Act, the one that the president signed, the one that led to all these files that we're seeing, the emails. By the way, again, sorry, Joe, I do have to defend my boss. I know you guys don't always appreciate this, but, you know, one of the things you see in the Epstein emails is that Jeffrey Epstein hated Donald Trump, and that Donald Trump literally reported Jeffrey Epstein to the police. That's one of the things that came out of these files.
They were best friends for about a decade. And remember, he signed that Transparency Act under duress when some Republican women, congresswomen like Lauren Boebert, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, did not give in to his pressure of not signing. He brought Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room to pressure her into caving on not voting for that bill.
So let me respond to that. So
that's all true.
Let me respond to that. So number one is, yes, Donald Trump, he said this. He knew Jeffrey Epstein back in the 1980s. He also threw Jeffrey Epstein out of his club when he found out he was a creep and reported him to the police. That's something that the media often misses when it reports this story. They tell the fact that they knew each other in the 80s, which the president himself admits. They ignore the fact that he narked on him to the police and led ultimately to Jeffrey Epstein's downfall.
Now, we should note the Times reporting here is from a book by two of their reporters that's set to come out next week. The authors say they've interviewed more than 1,000 people close to President Trump for their reporting. Let's bring in our White House reporter, Monica Alba, to talk more about this. So, Monica, it's interesting to see J.D. Vance kind of try and carve his own lane a little bit when it comes to the Epstein files. I mean, does this in any way signal a kind of a split in the White House as to how it relates to Epstein?
I think so. I mean, this is a story that when you talk to senior White House officials, they constantly stress it's kind of the one that just won't go away. They can try to talk about anything else, and it just keeps coming back and coming back. And sometimes it is because you have the vice president talking so openly about these situation room meetings that were reported on in the New York Times and that we have reported on as well. But the fact that they were down there having that level of discussion about how to handle this tells you a lot about how there were differing viewpoints about this. But I think something that's really interesting, Ryan, and what the vice president was saying there, he said a couple of times that Donald Trump had reported Epstein to police. But we should be really, really careful and be really clear about the context around that, which is that we think he's referring to information that came out in a summary memo from the FBI as a part of the Epstein files that did say, because the FBI interviewed a former Palm Beach police chief, that he had gotten a call from the then private citizen Donald Trump back in 2006 that said something like, quote, "Thank goodness you're stopping him and everyone knows about him." But we should be clear that that didn't necessarily initiate an investigation or a probe, that had been ongoing. But we believe that that's what the vice president is referring to when he said that. He just kind of said it pretty plainly. We have asked the White House and the vice president's office if there's more that they want to share about what he means by that. And then, of course, it's important to point out that the president has denied any wrongdoing here. The vice president hasn't been accused of any wrongdoing. But it is a story that I think really does encapsulate not just the different factions within the Republican Party and MAGA, who really were pushing for a lot of this to come out, but also something that's just going to probably keep following this White House, this administration, and the vice president if he decides to run for president in 2028.
Especially because the victims, the folks that care a lot about this issue, remain unsatisfied, right?
Absolutely.
They feel as though they have not gotten the justice that they're looking for.
Or all the answers.
Yeah. All right. Monica Alba, thanks for that. Let's get you over now to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, New Jersey police are working, quote, around the clock to find the suspects in an acid attack. Jersey City police say 2 people drove past a group of women and splashed them with what's believed to be sulfuric acid. 5 victims are getting treatment for non-life-threatening burns. Thankfully, they are expected to be okay. Police believe the attack is connected to an earlier dispute. Number 2, check this out. It's a huge water spout sighting in southern Italy. This is basically a tornado, but it's over water. Thankfully, there are no reports of anybody getting hurt. Number 3, country music star Jelly Roll has filed for divorce from his wife, Bunny XO. That's according to Tennessee court records. The couple was married for nearly a decade. It was just at February's Grammys when the singer thanked her for saving his life. We've reached out to attorneys for both sides, but haven't heard back. Number 4, tennis greats and sisters Serena and Venus Williams will team up again at Wimbledon. The pair have been given a wild card invite for women's doubles. Serena and Venus have won 14 Grand Slam doubles titles as a team to go along with all their individual successes. This comes after Serena returned to the court a few weeks ago for the first time in nearly 4 years. Number 5, Georgia voters are back at the polls today for crucial runoff elections. In the Republican Senate race, Trump-backed Congressman Mike Collins faces former football coach Derek Dooley. The winner will face Senator John Ossoff in November. There's also a runoff for which Republican will be on the ballot for Georgia governor. Be sure to check out Steve Kornacki at the Kornacki Camp tonight for those results and more. You can stream it on NBCNews.com or on YouTube. When we come back, the scary scene on the water in Maryland. How crews stopped a runaway boat after its driver was thrown overboard. Plus, why one D.C. landmark is turning green again. Let's take you to South Carolina, where police are looking for a personal trainer who mysteriously disappeared after walking out of a gym. Authorities say Elena Moore was last seen here at Planet Fitness last Thursday evening. Now, according to police, Moore left the gym and headed toward a wooded area behind a Lowe's home improvement store, and she hasn't been seen since. Maggie Vespa is joining us now. This is scary, Maggie. Talk to us about the latest efforts to try and find Moore.
Yeah, Ryan, it's been a massive search in this area just outside Columbia, South Carolina. And we actually have video from our affiliate WIS showing a huge search effort that was underway in that wooded area behind that Lowe's store. This was yesterday, and authorities basically combing that area. It's just next to that Planet Fitness that you're seeing. That was where she was last seen. Again, saying that she had walked into the woods. I talked to a police spokesperson about why that might have been. And she said right now investigators don't know. They don't know why she walked that direction. They don't know what she might have been doing, if she was trying to meet anyone, etc. So you can see the emergency vehicles there. That was a huge search effort, sadly, to no avail. We do also have an image, if we can pull up that surveillance image of the last time she was seen inside that Planet Fitness. It shows her, there she is, at the front desk of that gym. Again, that was Thursday evening, and she was reported missing the next day. The basic facts of this case right now was that she was, again, around 6:40 last seen, wearing that olive hoodie. You can see some of it there. Black athletic pants. Police don't believe that she has a car with her. They think she has her phone, but say it hasn't pinged since she's gone missing. And they also say that they're working with her husband. She is married, and that he's not at all at this point, because we've seen a lot of questions about this online, considered a person of interest. He's cooperating. They say at this point they actually don't even have any evidence to indicate that foul play could have been involved at all. This woman has just simply vanished, Ryan, and it's really rattling people there.
And I take it there have also been some false reports that she'd been found. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, this was really bizarre, and this didn't help nerves in that area. I just talked again to the police spokesperson. She says basically what happened is a woman called the tip line and said, I think I just saw her. I think I just drove Elena Moore somewhere. And, you know, great news, she's alive. Well, investigators went to go vet that tip, as they do with every tip, and found out that she was mistaken. It wasn't the right person, but the problem is somebody basically at the police department, and they openly admit this, jumped the gun and sent out what they call a found alert, or a spotted alert, basically a flyer. And they say that was a mistake. They're really sorry about it. And they're, again, very aware of how much this has frightened people in that area as this search effort continues with this woman who friends say, by the way, was not acting strangely. Everything seemed to be fine in her life, but has just been missing for days now.
All right. We hope for the best. Maggie Vespa, thank you for that report. Federal workers in D.C. now are trying to clean up its historic reflecting pool that's back to looking green just a little more than a week after President Trump said that the renovations there were all done. You can see National Park workers today trying to clear out the algae from the pool today. It's been a problem for the landmark for years, but this is after a multi-million-dollar renovation project that President Trump launched to paint the base what he calls American flag blue ahead of America's 250th anniversary next month. Now, I went down there today. It is very green, I can confirm, and spoke to some D.C. locals and tourists who say the makeover, in their mind, fell short of expectations. So what were you expecting when you got here?
A little clearer water, actually.
Should have been done by this point, especially after the whole shebang with the UFC event.
It doesn't look like a good use of $15 million. It doesn't really look like anything's changed.
I tapped out and sent Andrea Mitchell down there to pick up this story. Andrea's there at the pool. She's done an extensive reporting on this topic. So, Andrea, what else do we know about this big cleanup effort? And it's part of this bigger D.C. beautification push from the president, right?
Yes, and he takes a huge interest in this. He even drove here one night just around sundown to look at it and talk about the American flag blue. Well, it's actually turned today and yesterday into Kermit the Frog green because of the algae. And the algae have always been here since it was first built in 1922. As you saw, this is a big project. It's more than 2,000 feet long. That's about 4 times as long as the Washington Monument at one end of it is high. It's, as the president is fond of saying, longer than the Empire State Building is tall. So it is a huge project. And it was supposed to cost $2 million, Ryan, and take about a week, he said. It ended up costing more than $14 million and taking 6 weeks. And to get it done quickly, they did it on a no-bid contract, which critics on Capitol Hill, including Senator Rick Blumenthal from Connecticut, say violates congressional laws. But in any case, it's done, and now it is green. And so what they've done, as you saw earlier, is they put, first of all, hydrogen peroxide in, and then oxide impregnated nanobubbles, right, nanobubbles, and that supposedly eats the food that feeds the algae that turns it green. And what it does to the ducks is another whole question. We've seen a mother and little ducklings, and so far they don't look any the worse for any hydrogen peroxide they may have imbibed. But in any case, it is definitely green, and then it gets vacuumed. The dead algae get vacuumed out. And we talked to a marine biologist who said after a couple of days in the hot sun, it's going to turn green again. So this is going to be a continuous project all summer, as long as it's hot weather and a shallow pool, and running from the Lincoln Memorial historically to the World War II Memorial at the other end. A very big project, but definitely the American flag.
Yeah. And Andrea, I mean, you've lived in Washington, D.C. for such a long time. I mean, and you've talked about how there have been these algae blooms in the past. To me, being down there today, this seemed like no algae bloom I'd ever seen before. Do you think this is comparative to how the algae has happened in the past, or it seems like it's even more than we've ever seen?
Yeah, I think it is very similar. It may be worse because of the dark paint on the bottom of it. I'm not an expert on that, but it does absorb more heat. And the more heat, the more algae. So it goes.
Yeah.
It's no fun being green.
No fun being green. All right. Andrea Mitchell takes the National Mall. We appreciate it, Andrea. Thank you for being down there for us, as always.
You bet.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories each day, and because it's tough to read, watch, or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. For our Washington Bureau, new video shows a runaway boat on a Maryland river. The Coast Guard says the operator was thrown off after turning too fast. Watch as crew members pull up alongside and carefully hop on and cut off the engine. Only one person was on the boat. He was rescued by his son, who was trailing close behind. From our Western Bureau, a mountain lion seen walking around a California neighborhood will be set free in the Santa Cruz Mountains. Police and wildlife officials used a drone yesterday to track it down. They tranquilized her and put on a GPS collar so experts can study her movements. Also from our Washington Bureau, 2 baby giraffes went missing from a Virginia zoo for more than a year, but now they've been found. The state's attorney general's office isn't saying where the giraffes were found. The animals are now at a specialized facility. Animal abuse allegations at the Natural Bridge Zoo date back to 2023. One of the owners actually served jail time for refusing to explain what happened to the giraffes. Is it just me, or does it seem like it would be difficult to lose a giraffe? They're really tall. They have long... Anyway, coming up, the new fallout today in a pretty famous family feud, how Brooklyn Beckham is using a new ad to take a swipe at his parents. Time now for tonight's Original Now, with in-depth reporting on a topic that we've been watching. And tonight it's more fallout in that ongoing family feud that's breaking up the Beckham family. With Brooklyn Beckham now taking a shot at his parents in a newly released commercial, even after he said he wanted out of the family and more privacy. Chloe Malas has the story.
A soccer legend cheering from the stands at the FIFA World Cup while his son tries to score from home. Brooklyn Beckham, David's son, seen in this new DoorDash ad on social media promoting the World Cup, while he seems to be steering clear of this year's games.
You're probably wondering why I'm watching the FIFA World Cup 2026 from home. It's a long story.
That long story, a clear shot at his dad, a two-time World Cup quarterfinalist, alluding to plenty of family drama off the field, teasing more to come. It all comes after Brooklyn publicly cut ties with his family in a series of Instagram posts earlier this year, where he accused his father and mother, former Spice Girl Victoria Beckham, of controlling him for years and trying to ruin his relationship with his wife, Nicola Peltz. In one post, he says, quote, "I do not want to reconcile with my family," adding that all he wants is peace, privacy, and happiness for him and his wife. But that new life out of the limelight now includes a commercial during the world's biggest sporting event, drawing tons of backlash on social media, as people online point out he's still profiting off his family name, even as he tries to distance himself from the Beckham brand.
You are the definition of biting the hand that feeds you. Well, you've got nothing to do with football, mate, except for your dad.
DoorDash didn't comment on the ad directly, telling us in part, our content reflects the fun and frenzy that only this tournament can bring. Brooklyn Beckham did not respond to our request for comment, neither did representatives for David and Victoria Beckham. But the two aren't shying away from the spotlight, watching the U.S.-Paraguay game in Los Angeles last week, alongside superstar Tom Cruise, and showing a united front with their three other children on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, where David Beckham just got a star.
I'm going to get emotional now. Kids, I hope you bring my grandchildren here one day and tell them about a boy who dreamed big. To make you all proud is my greatest achievement.
Brooklyn notably not there, as his mother poked fun at herself in her speech.
I assumed I was coming here today to receive my star for my part in that iconic cult classic, Spice World the movie.
Trying to keep the Beckham family image intact during the spicy family feud while their son fires from the sidelines. Chloe Malas, NBC News.
Thanks, Chloe. Spice up your life. Still to come, the new warning from Major League Baseball to players after some of them put Bible verses on their hats during a team pride night. At least one top Republican says he wants to investigate Major League Baseball for alleged religious discrimination after three players wrote Bible verses on their Pride Night hats. You see the verses there on the hats of San Francisco Giants pitcher Landon Robb, J.T. Brubaker, and Ryan Walker. Now, Robb's verse comes from Genesis, which reads in part that the rainbow symbol serves as a, quote, sign of the covenant between God and the earth. After he lost Friday's game, Robb explained why he did it.
Thankfully, we live in a country where, you know, we have the freedom to believe what we want. So, yeah, and express what we want.
Now, MLB warned the players that they can't write the phrases on their hats going forward, prompting Florida's Attorney General to tell MLB they'll be hearing from his office. Even Vice President Vance weighed in, saying, quote, Trump won. We don't have to do this anymore. Morgan Chesky joins me now to talk more about this controversy. So, Morgan, some in Congress accused baseball's commissioner of discriminating against Christians, but we've heard from the league, and they say it's not about the message itself, right?
Ryan, that's what they're saying, and it's been interesting. We have heard from multiple lawmakers today. You mentioned several. I also want to share a few words from Missouri Senator Josh Hawley, who said that his office sent a letter to the commissioner of Major League Baseball today, reading in part that Americans of every creed are entitled to confidence, that the institutions of our national pastime will not single out religious expression for punishment while celebrating messages of the league's own choosing. I trust the league shares that commitment. Ryan, Senator Hawley went on to mention a period during 2020 when the MLB temporarily suspended some of their equipment rules to allow progressive slogans and messages to be written on players' cleats following the death of George Floyd. Later today, MLB did respond with a statement of their own, sharing those words with you now here. In response, they say this routine verbal warning was not to wear the hat in future games, is not disciplinary, and had absolutely nothing to do with the content of the message. We respect players' right to free expression. However, writing of any kind with any message is prohibited per MLB uniform regulations. They went on to say, Ryan, that players have been warned for having "I love you, Mom" or "Hi, Dad" messages, written on their uniforms or their hats in years past.
And let's talk about what's happening in Texas, Morgan. The governor there, Greg Abbott, he also called out the league. He pointed out that the Rangers don't even hold a Pride Night. They're the only team that actually doesn't. And as far as we've seen, the Giants as an organization don't appear to back the message of these players. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, this is interesting, Ryan. Initially, following this, the manager of the Giants spoke to the Associated Press and said there was really no discussion regarding the writing on the hats and that it's understood in the dugout and the clubhouse that players are free to express themselves as they see fit. But later today, we're hearing from the organization of the Giants. This is what they had to say regarding this situation. They say they understand the choices by individual players may have caused pain and anger to many in the LGBTQ plus community, and we're sorry about that. Those choices do not change our organization's commitment to inclusion, belonging, and creating a welcoming environment for all. One quick note here, Ryan, a longtime broadcaster for the Giants baseball games who has since retired said the players need to be more aware, perhaps, of the city they're playing in. Ryan.
Okay. All right, Morgan Chesky, thank you for that. We appreciate it. And that's a wrap for this hour. Thanks for watching. This is HJN on NBC. We are coming on the air with the life-threatening storms that are creating severe weather for 16 million people tonight. The race to rescue people trapped in rising floodwaters as officials warn of catastrophic damage. Then, what we're hearing from the wife of one of the victims of the deadly B-52 crash at a California airbase. Why she now says the plane was just not ready for takeoff. Plus, the new arrests after the FBI allegedly foiled a plot to target the UFC event at the White House with explosive-loaded drones. What we know about one suspect who allegedly said the attack would jumpstart a revolution in the U.S. Then it's not easy being green. Just ask the historic reflecting pool here in Washington why it's turning green again even after President Trump's multi-million-dollar mission to clean it up before July 4th. And the big games and the big tests over at the World Cup. And off the pitch, why the country's largest transit system is taking center stage. We'll explain all of that later in the show. Hey there, I'm Ryan Nobles in for Hallie tonight, and 16 million people right now at risk of deadly flash floods ahead of a potential tropical cyclone that could bring more life-threatening conditions in the south. Take a look at this. In Louisiana, Missouri, and Texas, you can see people abandoning their cars in the middle of completely washed out streets. Millions along the Louisiana coast are now under tropical storm warnings. And take a look at this, a tow truck trying to pull a vehicle out of all of this water in Texas. We now know one woman is confirmed dead after her car was swept away here. And at the main city, I should say, that's at the highest risk, Houston, what could be the first named store of the season, taking shape. It's all happening around the Gulf Coast right now. We have Ryan Chandler. He's on the ground in Houston. Let's first, though, bring in our meteorologist, Bill Karen. So, Bill, do us a favor, break down where the threats are right now with this potential tropical cyclone.
Yeah, so Corpus Christi to Brownsville area and eventually tonight up towards the Houston-Galveston area. So the Hurricane Center gave us the update. They said it's moving now, but it's not getting any stronger. So that's why we don't have a tropical storm yet or a tropical depression. As we go throughout the day tomorrow, it's going to be right near the coast over warmer water, and it should strengthen just a little bit. Not enough for any wind problems, not enough for any problems as we're dealing with storm surge, but we will be watching here heavy torrential rain. You can already see it, the bright reds off the coast, but so far this is offshore. Later on tonight, though, some of that could rotate onshore. Now, will it make it to Houston or not? It's going to be a close call, so we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, maybe Houston gets lucky and most of the heavy rain's down towards Galveston, but there's still a chance, at least, that Houston could be in that heavy rainfall threat. And there's the path. So they think tomorrow afternoon is when it will be at its strongest. Notice the winds are no big deal, but that's when it would be the closest to Houston in the Galveston area. Then coming up onshore tomorrow evening, roughly about this time, near the Beaumont-Port Arthur area. So all of the flooding we've seen, all the pictures, had nothing to do with the tropical system, just a tropical air mass with a stalled out front. And that's the heavy rain we've dealt with today through Louisiana and Mississippi. I mean, we got nailed. We already have seen numerous areas of flash flooding. This is New Orleans. You now have thunderstorms rolling through with tremendous amounts of rainfall. So there's a flash flood warning for the New Orleans area. And then as we head towards the rest of tomorrow and tomorrow night, that's when we're going to be watching other areas like Shreveport, like you're seeing here, with additional chances for some showers and storms. Now, Shreveport shouldn't get the bulk of it. The heaviest rains will be more towards Lake Charles, back up into areas around Jackson. This is numerous spots in Louisiana had a lot of problems with flooding today.
All right, Bill Cairns, thanks so much for that. We appreciate it. Let's now go to Ryan Chandler. He is out there in Houston for a view of what's happening on the ground. Ryan?
Well, Ryan, the largest threat to life here in Houston is going to be on the roads. The bad news is Houston is incredibly susceptible to flash flooding that can shut down some major arteries for transportation right in the center of the city. The good news is this happens often, and officials know exactly where the most dangerous flood-prone areas are. So they are pre-positioning barricades to shut down roads that they know are going to be dangerous, reminding people that even a foot of water is enough to carry a car away. Unfortunately, elsewhere in Texas, we've seen a death in exactly that situation, a woman who was pulled away in her car in rapidly rushing floodwaters, even as she was on the phone with 911. Here in Houston, we also know that they are transitioning dump trucks into high water rescue vehicles and pre-positioning boats to rescue people who inevitably may get stranded on the roads. Here's the urgent message from local officials today.
If you get in a position where you see high water, it's very hard to adjust. You may think you can pass it in your car and you'll get stuck. And then that puts our first responders, our police and fire apparatuses in a very difficult situation. Turnaround, don't drown is very, very important.
We've seen a steady stream of rain here over Houston throughout most of the day. Some significant flooding on the roads, stranding some cars just north of here in the Woodlands area. But we expect the rain to last through the night as that storm system continues to strengthen, Ryan.
All right, Ryan Chandler, thank you for being there. We appreciate it. At least 5 people are in custody after an alleged plot to target the UFC event at the White House over the weekend. That, according to new court docs. The would-be attackers plan to use explosive-loaded drones and shooters to fire at the thousands of people who were at the event, which, remember, was a celebration for the president's birthday and America's 250th anniversary. The FBI says that 19 people were involved in a chat discussing the alleged plot, including a 19-year-old from Ohio who allegedly planned to use the attack to, quote, jumpstart a revolution in the United States. More than 4,000 people were at the UFC fight, including the president, VP, and other top members of the Trump administration. The Justice Department is declining to comment on this. We've also reached out to the White House, but they're deferring to the FBI. Let's bring in Tom Winter, who's got more information on this. So, Tom, what more do we know about how this alleged plot was stopped?
Sure, Ryan. Well, this was an effort between the Secret Service and the FBI, and it started with a phone call from Mom, the mom of one of the people that's been charged here. That's Tyson Proper from the Cincinnati area. And according to the charging documents, she was concerned about him. Police were called approximately 9 p.m. last Wednesday. They get to the house. They start having discussions. They find this arsenal. They take him into custody. He was actually taken to a hospital for treatment for having homicidal intentions. And then they were able to speak with him post Miranda. And that's when they got onto a big signal group. They're still unwinding it, by the way. This investigation investigation is very much ongoing. As we sit here tonight, we do expect further arrests. They have not identified everybody that's involved in this. And so really, as this investigation continues, it's led to the arrest of 5 individuals. That's Tyson Prosper, Abraham Alvarez, Brian Roa, Michael Allen Thomas, and Daniel Eskridge. 4 states at least have been involved in this. So it's something that we're going to continue to watch as far as the scope of this plot. But apparently it was quite serious. Ultimately, on the 12th, they cut it off. So that would have been Saturday. They just thought that this idea of bringing drones and bombing the UFC and then shooting people as they were fleeing, that was probably not going to be something they could get together in enough time. The reason why they wanted that person right there, the President of the United States, specifically referenced killing him, specifically referenced killing the Vice President, Elon Musk, members of Congress over their support of Israel and AIPAC. They had issues with the handling of the Epstein files, they say, and they had issues with data center and water usage. So it runs the gamut of all the ideologies we've seen here. Ryan, this is, in the words of one senior law enforcement official, quote, serious plot, something they're definitely concerned about, and something we'll be watching for in the coming weeks and coming days and weeks, I should say, for further arrests.
Okay, Tom Winter, thanks for being on top of it. We appreciate it. Let's head overseas now as President Trump pivots his focus to ending another war before he officially ends the war the U.S. is in right now. You see their photos posted by Ukraine's leader Volodymyr Zelensky with the president. A very good meeting, per President Trump, saying he would do, quote, whatever I can to end Ukraine's war with Russia. The president says he can do that in part because of the so-called memorandum of understanding with Iran that's no one's really seen. But Mr. Trump once again says it involves Iran never having a nuclear weapon. It does not include any investments in Iran, and that it will make the Strait of Hormuz toll-free, as it's been for decades prior to the war. Here's how Mr. Trump explained his focus now after a meeting with Gulf leaders.
We were focused on Iran. That's going to be in the back, in the rear view mirror.
But in just the last few minutes, we're learning that Iran's military has fired drones at commercial ships in the hours after the agreement on the memorandum. We'll get the view on the diplomacy with Gabe Gutierrez in just a minute, but we're going to start with Courtney Kuby, who's here in studio with me on her new reporting. So this could be a bad sign for the peace talks. Talk to us about what you know, Courtney.
You know, it's just, I feel like this is the narrative that we've been talking about for several weeks now, and that is there were these constant firing back and forth between the U.S. military and primarily the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, over the course of the ceasefire. Well, now this memorandum has at least been digitally signed, this preliminary part of the memorandum, even though it hasn't been formally signed until Friday. But Iran, at least the IRGC, continues to fire at ships that are trying to move through the Strait of Hormuz. So you'll recall the U.S. military continues to have this sort of coordination effort with these shipping companies. It's not full-on escorts. They're not boarding the ships. They're not even putting aircraft over and sort of escorting them through. But they're helping them find the safest way to get through as possible. And as that has continued since the signing on Sunday, Iran has fired a number of different drones at these ships. The U.S. military has shot them down. It's not really clear how this could play into this memorandum of understanding. It's supposed to be signed on Friday, especially since, as you mentioned, we don't even really know what's in it yet.
Yeah, and I have to imagine that, you know, this memorandum sticking would be very much contingent on the strait being open. And you talk about these escorts or, you know, kind of the semblance of an escort. That's not what's going to make the economy come back. It's going to be what we had before, where you could get through there without any kind of worry, right?
And even with this coordination, it is a small fraction of what it was prior to the war. Now, it's better than nothing, but it is a very small amount of oil that's still getting through. And some of that isn't even oil, it's goods and humanitarian supplies. So yes, the strait needs to be reopened fully. And keep in mind, you know, the U.S. military has had this huge effort that they undertook about more than a month ago now to check for any mines. And while we're not aware that they've actually found any mines, they've not actually checked the entire strait. So there still needs to be an effort to make sure that the entire waterway, once they get back to that full traffic, they need multiple lanes of shipping available. And so they need to make sure that Iran hasn't put any mines down. So it's really unclear how this is all going to unfold. But what's very clear here is the IRGC continues to threaten that waterway while commercial ships are trying to make their way in and out right now.
Okay, Courtney Kuby, thank you for that update. Let's go now to Gabe Gutierrez in Geneva. So, Gabe, digest this news for us. I mean, the president says that the deal now goes to a second stage with Iran. Do we have any idea what that second stage could look like?
Well, Ryan, that second stage is what we had been talking about, this 60-day window for technical discussions, negotiations that will be led by Vice President J.D. Vance. Now, today, President Trump said that he thought this second stage would be, quote, easier than the first. Many skeptics are looking at this and saying that's very difficult to imagine given all the thorny issues that still remain, the specific details of Iran's nuclear program, and also what about the enriched uranium that was buried in U.S. airstrikes? What will be the fate of that enriched uranium? So certainly a lot of more difficult questions, but we still don't have the text of this memorandum of understanding, which we're now expecting to get sometime after Friday when that formal signing ceremony happens here in Switzerland, Ryan.
And let's talk about the war with Ukraine, Russia's war with Ukraine. Let's not forget that the president said he could end it in one day of his second term. We're now past 500 days. Do we have any real sense of how much of a priority it may be for him to get a deal done there?
Well, look, the war in Ukraine didn't seem to be a priority for President Trump for quite some time now, given that he's been focused so much on Iran. Today, we did see that shift in focus a bit when the president saying that he wanted to put Iran in the rearview mirror. And Ukrainian President Zelensky was here on the sidelines of the G7 summit. There had been no scheduled official meeting between Zelensky and President Trump today. It signifies just what not a priority this was for the president coming to the summit in France. However, when President Zelensky was greeted at the summit by French President Emmanuel Macron, they were overheard on a hot mic basically discussing Emmanuel Macron urging President Zelensky to meet with President Trump and saying that he would help arrange for that to happen. Indeed, Zelensky and Trump and Macron met in private and discussed the war in Ukraine. President Trump saying today, when asked about this in front of reporters, he said that he wanted Russian President Vladimir Putin to strike a deal here. And Ryan, this comes as Russia just bombed a centuries-old cathedral, or monastery, I should say, in Kyiv. So certainly this war is still raging, and now perhaps President Trump, signaling that he wants to shift at least a little bit of focus to that. It was a hot topic today at the G7 summit.
Okay, Gabe Gutierrez on the ground there in Geneva. Gabe, thank you for that. Now to an active situation at a hospital out in Delaware where police say 2 people have been shot. This is the scene outside Wilmington Hospital in the last hour. Police have not revealed the status of the shooter or the condition of the 2 victims. One employee who was inside the hospital when it all unfolded said the shots rang out like firecrackers.
Yeah, I just got out of there. I mean, they in a class, they tell you, like, when something like that happens, just leave, just get out. And plus, your instincts take over. I'm not going to stick around. I want to get out of there. It's scary. It's scary for everyone involved.
Now, police are asking the public to avoid the area. We're going to continue to follow this story. We will bring you updates as we learn more. We also have new details tonight in the deadly Air Force bomber crash at a California base. The wife of one of the victims says her husband was part of a routine mission that had been pushed back several times. Listen.
And they just kept pushing it back and pushing it back. And I don't think that plane was ready to take off. And I'm so sad it did.
The Air Force has not publicly identified the 8 victims or determined what caused the B-52 Stratofortress to go down yesterday morning. Officials say it'll take upwards of 6 months to know exactly what might have happened. It comes after an FA-18 Hornet jet crashed in Washington state just 2 days ago. You can see the fighter jet falling out of the sky in this video and then slamming into a nearby hill. Let's bring in Liz Kreutz, who's following this story for us. So, Liz, we don't know the names of the victims yet, but what more are you hearing about the lives lost?
Hey, Ryan. Yeah, so we know that there were 8 people that sadly perished on that flight, and officials say it was a mix of military, civilians, and government contractors. Boeing put out a statement saying that 2 of the people on board were their employees, and they offered their condolences to those people and to their families. We also just spoke to the wife of one of the victims. You heard a little bit of it there. This is Lauren Smith. She says her husband was Jeremy Smith. He had worked at the base as a Department of Defense engineer for a decade and was regularly going on these B-52 test missions. She said it seemed to be a normal day. He said, I'm going to go on a plane like normal, kissed her goodbye. But she did mention, like you said there, that she did know that this was a flight that was supposed to be delayed or had been delayed, and she doesn't really know why that was. We've reached out to the military. They say they don't comment on active investigations, but he does leave behind their toddler and 4-month-old son. Take a listen to what she said.
I know he's just a speck in this world of people, but he truly, truly loved this country, and he would do anything for this country. He loved spending time with us, and I would do anything to get that back.
And she said that he actually only returned from paternity leave a week ago. She says she desperately wishes he had taken more time, Ryan.
That's just awful, Liz. We know this was a test flight, but these sorts of missions, they happen every day, multiple times a day. What are investigators going to be looking for to figure out exactly what happened?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that this is a routine test mission, and officials said that they do this daily there on the base, and this particular base, Edwards Air Force Base, about 100 miles northeast of here in L.A., is known for being one of the key places where they do these tests. So we are told by the official on the base that they'll likely be looking for the black box to get the flight data recorder. They do know that this basically crashed immediately upon takeoff. These are some of the most experienced pilots in the world, so some experts have speculated it's probably some kind of mechanical issue with the plane. But these are planes that have been in operation for decades. They're in use now in the Middle East. And so a lot of questions here. And as you said earlier, it could be several months until they really determine the cause. And even then, we as the public might never know. It could be this is classified and they're not able to release it publicly. Ryan.
Okay, Liz Coit, thanks for being on top of it. We appreciate it. Back to World Cup now. One of the huge favorites to win the whole tournament, France, just in the last hour, beating Senegal 3-1 in their first group stage game. And it wasn't just a test for France as fans flood out of MetLife Stadium. The New York City region's transit system itself also being tested. Check out the bus loads of people heading out. Today's big game shut down access to New Jersey transit trains on a workday for hours to anyone without a World Cup ticket. Meanwhile, we've got our eyes on tonight's big game kicking off in a few hours in the World Cup's smallest city, where the reigning champs, Argentina, are kicking off against Algeria in Kansas City. We've got team coverage tonight. Shaq Brewster is in Kansas City, Missouri. But first, let's go to Tom Costello in New York City. Tom, first of all, you're holding a soccer ball. You're not supposed to use your hands unless you're going to tell me that you're a goalie, and then I'll let it slide. Let's talk about what's happening where you are at New York's Penn Station as everybody trying to get out of that game and back home.
Well, le bleu a gagné, Monsieur Noblesse, right? The blue won, the French won, and they are celebrating today. We've had I know your name has to be French. That you've just Americanized it, I'm sure. Listen, we have got right now people starting to come back from Jersey, right? So, but they're mixed in with the evening crowds. So we've seen folks coming from Long Island. We've seen people coming back. Thank you very much. People going to the Yankees game. This is a very busy piece of Midtown, right at Penn Station. I think that so far the results are that New Jersey Transit and the Metro here in New York City, the whole Metro system, worked pretty well in handling the crowds. 80,000 people. 80,000 were inside MetLife Stadium. 28,000 people were handled just on New Jersey Transit. So overall today, it went pretty well following, kind of a rough day on Saturday. And today the stakes were even higher, of course, because it's a very busy work day, right, on a Tuesday in New York City. But so far, so good. And they're giving themselves high marks. They're now all starting to flood back in to the city. And one more thing, Ryan, I think that everybody's grateful that we didn't have a Knicks game tonight, right? On top of everything else, it really would have really taxed the system. But so far, so good, and everybody's in a pretty good spirit.
Yeah, and you talked to some of those folks, right? I mean, obviously, the French fans were probably very excited, but does everybody feel like the process has been going pretty well, given everything you talked about?
Well, listen, we talked to fans as they were departing to get on the trains, and here's what New Jersey Transit did, right? they essentially created a closed loop. So if you were a regular commuter coming into the city today trying to get to work, you're not going to get through on New Jersey Transit. You had to go south through the PATH train on the south side of Manhattan or find another way. But New Jersey Transit wasn't working for you. And so we talked to people as they were on these dedicated trains, a closed loop going over to MetLife Stadium, coming back. And I think it's safe to say they were pumped. Take a listen.
New York, today we're going to MetLife Stadium to watch France-Senegal. I've never been to a World Cup game, so it's going to be really fun.
I think it's great. The atmosphere is starting to build up.
I think that's the whole thing, buddy. But the atmosphere here has been electric. I mean, people are positive. They're having fun. Listen, some people are rooting for France and others are rooting for, of course, whoever else they may be playing today. But everybody, I should say all week, but everybody really enjoying the day.
All right, well, good test run for New York because they've got a lot more to come before this World Cup is over. Tom Costello, thank you for that. We appreciate it. Let's go now to from the biggest city hosting a game to the smallest city in the United States anyway, and that's where Shaq Brewster is in Kansas City. So, Shaq, we can see the energy on the ground there in Kansas City. They seem to be handling it, even though they are the smallest city on the World Cup map. What are the vibes on the ground like there?
Yeah, the energy, the enthusiasm, it is not clear, it's not apparent that this is the smallest city to host a World Cup. Especially you have that big match tonight. Leo Messi will be taking the pitch in what is normally Arrowhead Stadium, but has been turned into Kansas City Stadium for the World Cup. But right now we are at the fan zone, and this is the area where fans have been spending much of the day. You see some of the sponsorships and the activations behind me. You see behind me in that field there, people are watching some of the matches that have been going on. Right now it looks like it's Iraq and Norway that they're watching, and this entire area has gotten full at some times. You see the heart up there. That's a key logo for Kansas City. But Kansas City, this is a city that calls itself the soccer capital of America, and it's doing whatever it can to try to prove that point. Fan activations like the one here, but the big modifications you saw at Arrowhead Stadium, and also just trying to do what they can to make it easy for folks who are coming from all over the world. I've had conversations with fans who are going to the event tonight who say, I normally wouldn't come to Kansas City if I were coming to the United States, but they wanted to change that up, and they said they have been surprised by what they have seen in this city. So a lot of excitement, a lot of enthusiasm. I'll tell you, a lot of it cleared out because people are heading off, hopping on the bus, going down to the stadium to watch the match tonight. But you're still seeing a lot of excitement here, Ryan.
And, it's not as if Kansas City doesn't have at least some experience with this. They are an NFL city. They're a Major League Baseball city. They host big events. And you had a chance to talk to the mayor ahead of the kickoff. Talk to me about how they prepared for this big game.
Yeah, that point that you made is exactly right, and that's a point that the mayor was making as well. As they are, yes, they may be. These big events, they didn't think it was far-fetched for them to put in a bid over 10 years ago. Listen to a little bit of what he told me.
There is no place where the World Cup is going to take over the city more. This is the smallest market with World Cup matches, but this is a place where we have built out a wonderful entertainment apparatus, hotels, events, good security standing.
Well, we don't have audio. We don't have audio.
Hear a little bit of what he's saying. We also know securing these events is a big deal. We know other law enforcement agencies for helping the security efforts, including some federal law enforcement.
All right, so we'll explain to our viewers what happened there, Shaq. The mic you're holding, the battery must have died or something along those lines. The mic on the camera we could still hear, but not all that well. We thank Shaq for that excellent report, and we're going to move on. Still ahead, what we now know about this wild scene caught on camera in Italy. Plus, how Tom Holland is trying to end those Zendaya marriage rumors for good. All right, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks that you should know about tonight. Number 1, New Jersey police are working, quote, around the clock to find the suspects in an acid attack. Jersey City police say 2 people drove past a group of women and splashed them with what's believed to be sulfuric acid. The 5 victims are getting treatment for non-life-threatening burns. Thankfully, they are expected to be okay. Police believe the attack is connected to an earlier dispute. Number 2, check this out. A huge waterspout sighting in southern Italy. This is basically a tornado, but it's over the water. Thankfully, there are no reports of anyone getting hurt. Number 3, Tom Holland finally settling the rumors, confirming he's married to Zendaya. That's according to an interview with Esquire UK. Holland was asked about those AI-generated wedding photos that went viral earlier this year. He said he never warned his family about the fake pics because they were all there, but he didn't elaborate, adding, quote, "That's all you'll get. I also was not there." Number 4, exciting news for Hamilton fans. An OG cast member is coming back to the stage. Here comes the General, Christopher Jackson, reprising his role as George Washington after leaving the Broadway musical back in 2016. He's the second original cast member to return following Leslie Odom Jr. Jackson will be back with the cast this September through January. Number 5, Georgia voters are back at the polls today for crucial runoff elections in the Republican Senate race. Trump-backed candidate Mike Collins is facing former football coach Derek Dooley. The winner will take on Senator John Ossoff in November. There's also a runoff for which Republican will be on the ballot for Georgia governor. And make sure to check out Steve Kornacki. The Kornacki Cam will be up and running tonight for those results and more. You can stream it on NBCNews.com and on YouTube. The vice president just responded to an upcoming book excerpt published in the New York Times that says he led a campaign from within the White House to get the Justice Department to release all of the Epstein files, even any unsubstantiated allegations against his boss. The Times excerpt also says that Vice President Vance even tossed around the idea that Tucker Carlson should interview Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, who's serving a 20-year sentence in prison after she was convicted of sex crimes. The Times reports, though, that Vance thought it could help the president if Maxwell said that Trump wasn't involved in any wrongdoing with Epstein. Here's what Vance said when he was asked about the role he played in the Epstein files release. Watch.
Well, I'd say, first of all, don't believe everything that you read in any newspaper, whether it's a right-leaning paper or a left-leaning paper, because as you guys know, well, there are things that are true, things that are false, and things that are totally missing context. Well, here's what I'll say. So, number 1, I am, frankly, kind of a conspiracy theory on the Epstein stuff, and that story says that that's one of the things that's true, is that some people called me a conspiracy theory on the Epstein stuff.
Called you a conspiracy
and I love
theorist.
Susie, but absolutely, she thinks I'm a conspiracy theorist on the Epstein stuff because I think that it's crazy that you had this guy who is clearly a sex predator who was hanging out with a lot of very wealthy and powerful people. Like, that really bothered me. I don't know what's there, of course. Nobody knows exactly what happened unless you were there, but that really bothered me, and I wanted to have full transparency. What I disagree with is the idea that the White House wasn't committed to full transparency. We have to remember, like, I was inside the room when some of these decisions were made. The Epstein Files Transparency Act, the one that the president signed, the one that led to all these files that we're seeing, the emails. By the way, again, sorry, do I have to defend my boss? I know you guys don't always appreciate this, but, you know, one of the things you see in the Epstein emails is that Jeffrey Epstein hated Donald Trump, and that Donald Trump literally reported Jeffrey Epstein to the police. That's one of the things that came out of these files.
They were best friends for about a decade. And remember, he signed that Transparency Act under duress when some Republican women, congresswomen like Lauren Boebert, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, did not give in to his pressure of not signing. He brought Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room to pressure her into caving on not voting for that bill.
So let me respond to that. So
that's all true.
Let me respond to that. So number 1 is, yes, Donald Trump, and he said this, he knew Jeffrey Epstein back in the 1980s. He also threw Jeffrey Epstein out of his club when he found out he was a creep and reported him to the police. That's something that the media often misses when it reports this story. They tell the fact that they knew each other in the 80s, which the president himself admits. They ignore the fact that he narked on him to the police and led ultimately to Jeffrey Epstein's downfall.
Now, we should note the Times reporting here is from a book by 2 of their reporters that's set to come out next week. The authors say they've interviewed more than 1,000 people close to President Trump for their reporting. Let's bring in our White House reporter, Monica Alba, to talk more about this. So, Monica, it's interesting to see J.D. Vance kind of try and carve his own lane a little bit when it comes to the Epstein files. I mean, does this in any way signal kind of a split in the White House as to how it relates to Epstein?
I think so. And I mean, this is a story that when you talk to senior White House officials, they constantly stress it's kind of the one that just won't go away. They can try to talk about anything else, and it just keeps coming back and coming back. And sometimes it is because you have the vice president talking so openly about these situation room meetings that were reported on in the New York Times and that we have reported on as well. But the fact that they were down there having that level of discussion about how to handle this tells you a lot about how there were differing viewpoints about this. But I think something that's really interesting, Ryan, and what the vice president was saying there, he said a couple of times that Donald Trump had reported Epstein to police. But we should be really, really careful and be really clear about the context around that, which is that we think he's referring to information that came out in a summary memo from the FBI as a part of the Epstein files that did say, because the FBI interviewed a former Palm Beach police chief, that he had gotten a call from the then private citizen Donald Trump back in 2006 that said something like, quote, "Thank goodness you're stopping him and everyone knows about him." But we should be clear that that didn't necessarily initiate an investigation or a probe, that had been ongoing. But we believe that that's what the vice president is referring to when he said that. He just kind of said it pretty plainly. We have asked the White House and the vice president's office if there's more that they want to share about what he means by that. And then, of course, it's important to point out that the president has denied any wrongdoing here. The vice president hasn't been accused of any wrongdoing. But it is a story that I think really does encapsulate not just the different factions within the Republican Party and MAGA, who really were pushing for a lot of this to come out, but also something that's just going to probably keep following this White House, this administration, and the vice president if he decides to run for president in 2028.
Especially because the victims, the folks that care a lot about this issue, remain unsatisfied, right?
Absolutely.
They feel as though they have not gotten the justice that they're looking for.
Or all the answers.
Yeah. All right. Monica Alba, thanks for that. When we come back, the scary scene on the water in Maryland. How crews stopped a runaway boat after its driver was thrown overboard. Plus, why one D.C. landmark is turning green again. Let's take you to South Carolina, where police are looking for a personal trainer who mysteriously disappeared after walking out of a gym. Authorities say Elena Moore was last seen here at Planet Fitness last Thursday evening. Now, according to police, Moore left the gym and headed toward a wooded area behind a Lowe's home improvement store, and she hasn't been seen since. Maggie Vespa is joining us now. This is scary, Maggie. Talk to us about the latest efforts to try and find Moore.
Yeah, Ryan, it's been a massive search in this area just outside Columbia, South Carolina. And we actually have video from our affiliate WIS showing a huge search effort that was underway in that wooded area behind that Lowe's store. This was yesterday, and authorities basically combing that area. It's just next to that Planet Fitness that you're seeing. That was where she was last seen. Again, saying that she had walked into the woods. I talked to a police spokesperson about why that might have been. And she said right now investigators don't know. They don't know why she walked that direction. They don't know what she might have been doing, if she was trying to meet anyone, et cetera. So you can see the emergency vehicles there. That was a huge search effort, sadly, to no avail. We do also have an image, if we can pull up that surveillance image of the last time she was seen inside that Planet Fitness. It shows her, there she is at the front desk of that gym. Again, that was Thursday evening, and she was reported missing the next day. The basic facts of this case right now was that she was, again, around 6:40 last seen, wearing that olive hoodie. You can see some of it there. Black athletic pants. Police don't believe that she has a car with her. They think she has her phone, but say it hasn't pinged since she's gone missing. And they also say that they're working with her husband. She is married, and that he's not at all at this point, because we've seen a lot of questions about this online, considered a person of interest. He's cooperating. They say at this point they actually don't even have any evidence to indicate that foul play could have been involved at all. This woman has just simply vanished, Ryan, and it's really rattling people there.
And I take it there have also been some false reports that she'd been found. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, this was really bizarre, and this didn't help nerves in that area. I just talked again to the police spokesperson. She says basically what happened is a woman called the tip line and said, I think I just saw her. I think I just drove Elena Moore somewhere. And, you know, great news, she's alive. Well, investigators went to go vet that tip, as they do with every tip, and found out that she was mistaken. It wasn't the right person. But the problem is somebody basically at the police department, and they openly admit this, jumped the gun and sent out what they call a found alert, or a spotted alert, basically a flyer. And they say that was a mistake. They're really sorry about it. And they're, again, very aware of how much this has frightened people in that area, as this Search effort continues with this woman who friends say, by the way, was not acting strangely. Everything seemed to be fine in her life, but has just been missing for days now.
All right, we hope for the best. Maggie Vespa, thank you for that report. Federal workers in D.C. now are trying to clean up its historic reflecting pool that's back to looking green just a little more than a week after President Trump said that the renovations there were all done. You can see National Park workers today trying to clear out the algae from the pool today. It's been a problem for the landmark for years, but this is after a multi-million-dollar renovation project that President Trump launched to paint the base what he calls American flag blue ahead of America's 250th anniversary next month. Now, I went down there today. It is very green, I can confirm, and spoke to some D.C. locals and tourists who say the makeover, in their mind, fell short of expectations. So what were you expecting when you got here?
A little clearer water, actually.
Should have been done by this point, especially after the whole shebang with the UFC event.
It doesn't look like a good use of $15 million. It doesn't really look like anything's changed.
I tapped out and sent Andrea Mitchell down there to pick up this story. Andrea's there at the pool. She's done an extensive reporting on this topic. So, Andrea, what else do we know about this big cleanup effort? And it's part of this bigger D.C. beautification push from the president, right?
Yes, and he takes a huge interest in this. He even drove here one night just around sundown to look at it and talk about the American flag blue. Well, it's actually turned today and yesterday into Kermit the Frog green because of the algae. And the algae have always been here since it was first built in 1922. As you saw, this is a big project. It's more than 2,000 feet long. That's about 4 times as long as the Washington Monument. At one end of it is high. It's, as the president is fond of saying, longer than the Empire State Building is tall. So it is a huge project. And it was supposed to cost $2 million, Ryan, and take about a week, he said. It ended up costing more than $14 million and taking 6 weeks. And to get it done quickly, they did it on a no-bid contract, which critics on Capitol Hill, including Senator Rick Blumenthal from Connecticut, say violates congressional laws. But in any case, it's done, and now it is green. And so what they've done, as you saw earlier, is they put, first of all, hydrogen peroxide in, and then oxide impregnated nanobubbles, right, nanobubbles, and that supposedly eats the food that feeds the algae that turns it green. And what it does to the ducks is another whole question. We've seen them mother and little ducklings, and so far they don't look any the worse for any hydrogen peroxide they may have imbibed. But in any case, it is definitely green, and then it gets vacuumed. The dead algae get vacuumed out. And we talked to a marine biologist who said after a couple of days in the hot sun, it's going to turn green again. So this is going to be a continuous project all summer, as long as it's hot weather and a shallow pool, and running from the Lincoln Memorial historically to the World War II Memorial at the other end. A very big project, but definitely the American flag.
Yeah. And Andrea, I mean, you've lived in Washington, D.C. for such a long time. I mean, and you've talked about how there have been these algae blooms in the past. To me, being down there today, this seemed like no algae bloom I'd ever seen before. Do you think this is comparative to how the algae has happened in the past, or it seems like it's even more than we've ever seen?
Yeah, I think it is very similar. It may be worse because of the dark paint on the bottom of it. I'm not an expert on that, but it does absorb more heat. And the more heat, the more algae. So it goes.
Yeah.
It's no fun being green.
No fun being green. All right. Andrea Mitchell takes the National Mall. We appreciate it, Andrea. Thank you for being down there for us, as always.
You bet.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories each day, and because it's tough to read, watch, or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. For our Washington Bureau, new video shows a runaway boat on a Maryland river. The Coast Guard says the operator was thrown off after turning too fast. Watch as crew members pull up alongside and carefully hop on and cut off the engine. Only one person was on the boat. He was rescued by his son, who was trailing close behind. From our Western Bureau, a mountain lion seen walking around a California neighborhood will be set free in the Santa Cruz Mountains. Police and wildlife officials used a drone yesterday to track it down. They tranquilized her and put on a GPS collar so experts can study her movements. Also from our Washington Bureau, 2 baby giraffes went missing from a Virginia zoo for more than a year, but now they've been found. The state's attorney general's office isn't saying where the giraffes were found. The animals are now at a specialized facility. Animal abuse allegations at the Natural Bridge Zoo date back to 2023. One of the owners actually served jail time for refusing to explain what happened to the giraffes. Is it just me, or does it seem like it would be difficult to lose a giraffe? They're really tall. They have long... Anyway, coming up, the new fallout today in a pretty famous family feud, how Brooklyn Beckham is using a new ad to take a swipe at his parents. Time now for tonight's Original Now, with in-depth reporting on a topic that we've been watching. And tonight it's more fallout in that ongoing family feud that's breaking up the Beckham family, with Brooklyn Beckham now taking a shot at his parents in a newly released commercial, even after he said he wanted out of the family and more privacy. Chloe Malas has the story.
A soccer legend cheering from the stands at the FIFA World Cup while his son tries to score from home. Brooklyn Beckham, David's son, seen in this new DoorDash ad on social media promoting the World Cup, while he seems to be steering clear of this year's games.
You're probably wondering why I'm watching the FIFA World Cup 2026 from home. It's a long story.
That long story, a clear shot at his dad, a 2-time World Cup quarterfinalist, alluding to plenty of family drama off the field, teasing more to come. It all comes after Brooklyn publicly cut ties with his family in a series of Instagram posts earlier this year, where he accused his father and mother, former Spice Girl Victoria Beckham, of controlling him for years and trying to ruin his relationship with his wife, Nicola Peltz. In one post, he says, quote, "I do not want to reconcile with my family," adding that all he wants is peace, privacy, and happiness for him and his wife. But that new life out of the limelight now includes a commercial during the world's biggest sporting event, drawing tons of backlash on social media, as people online point out he's still profiting off his family name, even as he tries to distance himself from the Beckham brand.
You are the definition of biting the hand that feeds you.
Well, you've got nothing to do with football, mate, except for your dad.
DoorDash didn't comment on the ad directly, telling us in part, our content reflects the fun and frenzy that only this tournament can bring. Brooklyn Beckham did not respond to our request for comment. Neither did representatives for David and Victoria Beckham. But the two aren't shying away from the spotlight, watching the U.S.-Paraguay game in Los Angeles last week, alongside superstar Tom Cruise, and showing a united front with their 3 other children on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, where David Beckham just got a star.
I'm going to get emotional now. Kids, I hope you bring my grandchildren here one day and tell them about a boy who dreamed big. To make you all proud is my greatest achievement.
Brooklyn notably not there, as his mother poked fun at herself in her speech.
I assumed I was coming here today to receive my star for my part in that iconic cult classic, Spice World the movie.
Trying to keep the Beckham family image intact during the spicy family feud while their son fires from the sidelines. Chloe Malas, NBC News.
Thanks, Chloe. Spice up your life. Still to come, the new warning from Major League Baseball to players after some of them put Bible verses on their hats during a team pride night. At least one top Republican says he wants to investigate Major League Baseball for alleged religious discrimination after 3 players wrote Bible verses on their pride night hats. You see the verses there on the hats of San Francisco Giants pitcher Landon Robb, J.T. Brubaker, and Ryan Walker. Now, Robb's verse comes from Genesis, which reads in part that the rainbow symbol serves as a, quote, sign of the covenant between God and the earth. After he lost Friday's game, Raup explained why he did it.
Thankfully, we live in a country where, we have the freedom to believe what we want. So, yeah, and express what we want.
Now, MLB warned the players that they can't write the phrases on their hats going forward, prompting Florida's Attorney General to tell MLB they'll be hearing from his office. Even Vice President Vance weighed in, saying, quote, "Trump won. We don't have to do this anymore." Morgan Chesky joins me now to talk more about this controversy. So, Morgan, some in Congress accused baseball's commissioner of discriminating against Christians, but we've heard from the league, and they say it's not about the message itself, right?
Ryan, that's what they're saying, and it's been interesting. We have heard from multiple lawmakers today. You mentioned several. I also want to share a few words from Missouri Senator Josh Hawley, who said that his office sent a letter to the commissioner of Major League Baseball today, reading in part that Americans of every creed are entitled to confidence, that the institutions of our national pastime will not single out religious expression for punishment while celebrating messages of the league's own choosing. I trust the league shares that commitment. Ryan, Senator Hawley went on to mention a period during 2020 when the MLB temporarily suspended some of their equipment rules to allow progressive slogans and messages to be written on players' cleats following the death of George Floyd. Later today, MLB did respond with a statement of their own, sharing those words with you now here. In response, they say this routine verbal warning was not to wear the hat at future games, is not disciplinary, and had absolutely nothing to do with the content of the message. We respect players' right to free expression. However, writing of any kind with any message is prohibited per MLB uniform regulations. They went on to say, Ryan, that players have been warned for having "I love you, Mom" or "Hi, Dad" messages, written on their uniforms or their hats in years past.
And let's talk about what's happening in Texas, Morgan. The governor there, Greg Abbott, he also called out the league. He pointed out that the Rangers don't even hold a Pride Night. They're the only team that actually doesn't. And as far as we've seen, the Giants as an organization don't appear to back the message of these players. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, this is interesting, Ryan. Initially, following this, the manager of the Giants spoke to the Associated Press and said there was really no discussion regarding the writing on the hats, and that it's understood in the dugout and the clubhouse that players are free to express themselves as they see fit. But later today, we're hearing from the organization of the Giants. This is what they had to say regarding this situation. They say they understand the choices by individual players may have caused pain and anger to many in the LGBTQ+ community, and we're sorry about that. Those choices do not change our organization's commitment to inclusion, belonging, and creating a welcoming environment for all. One quick note here, Ryan, a longtime broadcaster for the Giants baseball games who has since retired said the players need to be more aware, perhaps, of the city they're playing in. Ryan.
Okay. All right, Morgan Chesky, thank you for that. We appreciate it. And that's a wrap for this hour. Thanks for watching. This is HJN on NBC.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel. And it's 7 o'clock Eastern time, and that means that polls have now closed, and we are ready to begin another Tuesday night deep in the heart of primary season now. The theme tonight, though, is runoffs. We had the preliminaries in Georgia and in Alabama tonight. We get the runoffs to settle some major races, including this one right here. This is the Republican runoff for the United States Senate in Georgia. Whoever wins this tonight will go up against Democrat Jon Ossoff in November in what will be one of the most closely watched Senate races in the country. Also on the line in Georgia, where again, polls are now closed, and we do expect votes to start coming in here in a few minutes. The runoff on the Republican side for the race for governor. The winner there will face off against Democrat Keisha Lance Bottoms. And then an hour from now, just across the border there on the western side of Georgia into Alabama, the runoff for the Republican nomination for the United States Senate there is going to be settled. In all three of these races, President Trump has made an endorsement. One of the things we're going to be following tonight, how does that Trump endorsement hold up? Some interesting dynamics there, including that Senate race, looking at right here, where Trump's endorsed Mike Collins and the Republican governor, Brian Kemp, has endorsed Derek Dooley. That Trump endorsement of Collins coming in at the last minute. Let me introduce, before the results start coming in fast and furious, the indispensable Adam Naboa, who has got Georgia on his mind.
This is our fourth Georgia race of the cycle with the Georgia 14 special election. So we're very well versed with Georgia at this point in the cycle.
Well, I think it's a good thing. If you're going to have a state that you keep coming back to in the primaries and special elections, it's good that it's one that's going to be huge in the general election and the presidential election, because it's good to sort of, this is also practice for us in a way for November, for 2028. Georgia's sort of one of the premier swing states in the country right now. So if you were watching this, was it the last time we did it? I'm getting my calendar confused. I think it was 3 weeks ago. Adam, check me, when we had Texas, the Texas runoff there, Cornyn, Paxton, and we were in this studio, and I started right back there, and I started to give my big, long-winded, and then we got Denton County, and it lit up. And Paxton had won it by 30, and that was like 4% of the vote in the entire state. And we knew 6 seconds in that night that Paxton had won the runoff. And the problem was it's a split poll closing state, so we had to wait an hour till the decision desk could call it. And a lot of you guys stuck with us, and we really appreciated that. Well, polls closed in Georgia. Same thing didn't happen. It didn't flip over just as fast, but it gives me a chance here to kind of set up the night, set up what we're looking at in Georgia, and set up some of the other places we're going to be looking tonight. So, again, the polls are closed. This thing could start lighting up quickly here. Georgia's one of those states where, any of that pre-election vote, that early vote that was cast, that gets reported out pretty quickly by these counties. So you'll start to see these light up, in the next half hour or so, and there'll be pretty big chunks of votes in these counties. And then what will come in after that would be the same-day vote, the election vote. Something to keep in mind that we saw in the primary, and that I think has been a theme throughout these Republican primaries that we've been covering, is there's that split's important. That early vote versus that same-day vote in the Republican primaries, that same-day vote, which comes in later, gets more MAGA-friendly, and that's very important to this race where Trump has endorsed a candidate, Mike Collins, over Derek Dooley. And it's something we saw in the preliminary, too, here, where Collins was doing better. Didn't have the Trump endorsement then, but Collins was doing better with that sort of pro-Trump election day vote. So I would expect that to be a dynamic tonight, meaning that if Dooley's going to have any chance, and Dooley is the underdog coming into this, if he's going to have any chance, he needs to really be posting good numbers early, because it's probably going to be a little less favorable for him late. Let me remind you what it looked like here. Back in May when we had the preliminary, this is how we got to tonight. Collins finished first, and he was pretty well clear of Dooley. That was a 10-point margin. And the third candidate, third place finisher here, was Buddy Carter. And I do want to just show you this map. Again, I hate to leave the results page, but I want to show you this map only because just take a look. Oh, take a look right down here. That shade, that's Buddy Carter's maroon. That's his congressional district, the first congressional district of Georgia, based in Savannah along the Atlantic coast and inland from there. Carter won that by a huge margin, meaning that's sort of the biggest single source of up-for-grabs voters here. Are those Carter voters going for Collins? Are they going for Dooley? Are they staying home? One thing I could tell you is if you look through these counties here, just give you a sense of what it looked like, Carter won it big. Collins was a clear second, and Dooley tended to be, I'm just giving you a random sample here, but look at that. That Dooley number was barely out of single digits. Collins, meanwhile, was a pretty healthy second place in some of these. So Collins, you expect, would have the leg up there. Again, that's where the most up for grabs voters are. Let me go back over here to the main screen, because, again, I don't want to miss any results. But that's one thing we're going to be looking at tonight here as these results come in. This is Buddy Carter, roughly. This is Buddy Carter's first congressional district. The other dynamic there in the preliminary, maybe you caught it on that map I just showed, Dooley's support was really concentrated right there in the Atlanta metro area. And that gets to, that's the sort of part of Georgia here in Republican politics where you get sort of the most, I don't know how to describe them, I would call them sort of Trump independent Republican voters. It's not that they're against Trump necessarily, but they're not necessarily swayed by a Trump endorsement. The evidence we have of this is, remember, Trump, after 2020, when he lost Georgia, and he said the results were illegitimate, and Brian Kemp, the governor, didn't go along with him. Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, didn't go along with him on that. And Trump tried to take them out in Republican primaries in 2022, and it didn't work. They actually both won by very wide margins, but this is one of those areas where there was particular strength. The Atlanta metro area was where Trump, really had trouble getting Republicans to join him against Kemp and against Raffensperger. And this is where Dooley did very well in the primary in particular here. And remember, Dooley has Kemp's endorsement. So, what Dooley needs, obviously, is just huge, huge numbers and huge, huge turnout out of this Atlanta metro area. Not just the immediate Atlanta metro area, but kind of extending, put it this way, sort of the core Atlanta metro area here, talking about like Fulton County, Cobb County. Cobb's going to have the most votes probably of any county tonight. DeKalb County, Gwinnett County. That core Atlanta metro is probably going to account for about 25% of all the votes in this Republican runoff tonight. And then sort of the next rung there, more sort of the exurbs, the fast-growing new suburbs, or even like, giant Cherokee County, Forsyth County, probably another 20% or so going to come from there. So between these two, about 45% of the votes going to come out of that zone here in Georgia tonight. And that's really where Dooley has to be making it. He has to be running up the score there. He also has to find a way to make inroads across the rest of the state that kind of eluded him. He really had geographically concentrated support. Look, there are, we got our first result, and look where it is, right where we were talking about, and look what it is, right what we were talking about, Fulton County. So let's get right into this, and we'll go to the governor's race as soon as we finish up right here. But I want to just sort of set the scene here. So we've got, again, look at that, almost 20,000 votes reported out there all at once. So you're looking at early vote. You're looking at a county that's absolute, not just must win for Dooley. This must be a landslide for Dooley. And I'm going to just tell you how the night's going to work here in terms of we've set benchmarks, okay? And I want to explain the benchmark once, and hopefully it'll start to make sense. In the primary, if you just took the votes that were cast for Dooley in the first round and just took the votes that were cast for Collins, the share there, right, if you just took their votes, right, in Fulton County, which just lit up here, in the primary, okay, I just want to make sure I get this. I just want to make sure I get this right here. In the primary, Dooley got 58%, okay, of the Fulton County vote. In the two-way Dooley versus Collins vote, it was 58-42 in Fulton County, okay? Dooley needs to win Fulton County by more than that. Why? Because the statewide was 57-43 Collins in the two-way vote. It's a long way of saying that if you're Collins, okay, you have about 7 points of pad. Okay, you could drop 7 points or so in that two-way vote and still be okay in this, right? So Collins got 42 in Fulton County in the preliminary. We say he's got about 7 points of pad, so he could probably fall to about 35% in Fulton County. He'd be pushing his luck, but he could probably fall to 35. He's at 37.5 in this first update. So that's in the realm of what Dooley wants to see. However, remember what we said. We expect as that later vote comes in, holy cow, look what just happened. We suspect as that later vote comes in, it gets less Dooley friendly. So was that that's a good initial number for Dooley. He might have needed better than that. Let's see what else we got here. Working our way right through here. Forsyth County, oh my gosh, we got a ton of vote here out of Forsyth County. We said again, this is a place where, I don't know why I pulled that up. This is a place where Dooley needs to be winning big. Again, the number here, Collins' share in the preliminary was, sorry about this, Collins' share in the preliminary was 53, right? Again, what we're going to be doing here is like we're going to give you Collins' share from the preliminary, and he can fall back by 7 points and still probably be okay. If it gets more than 7, he starts to get in trouble. 53, that's just a little bit less than a 7-point drop for him. Okay, so again, that's making this closer for Dooley. Douglas County here, okay, Collins in the preliminary. His two-way share of the vote here was 46. He's at 43, okay? So that's not much slippage right there. These are some pretty big counties we're looking at. Floyd County, this is the biggest one in northwest Georgia. It's going to be your sort of biggest population. We only have 123 votes there, so we won't worry about that. Go down to deep south Georgia here, okay, where Valdosta is. Take a look here at Lowndes County. That's 29 votes. Take a look here. Okay, this is interesting because where are we now? Now we are in that Buddy Carter congressional district. Savannah's the anchor of that district, and we got a real ton of vote right there. The two-way, now this is interesting because the two-way share of the vote, remember, this is where you got a lot of up-for-grabs voters. It was 66% was Collins' share of the Collins versus Dooley vote. That's double digits. That's a little bit more than a 10-point drop for Collins. That's good news for Dooley if he can hold it in a place like that. Again, we talk about that difference between the early vote, the same day vote. I'm just going to look at these because these are all in that Buddy Carter congressional district we were talking about. Glynn County on the coast here. The two-way share for Collins here was 67, so he's right at it already. That's not a good number for Dooley. That is a good number for Collins. Camden County, okay, Brunswick, Georgia, 75% was the two-way share for Collins. He had 72. These two are very encouraging numbers for Collins. Take a look at next door, start to work our way inland. Brantley County, it was 80, now down to 71. So just give you a sense of it. Now, what I want to do, and take a look here, we're also in, this is in Mike Collins' congressional district, too. I just wanted to see Oconee County. This is a pretty big one. This is near where Athens University of Georgia is. That's Clark County, but this is a big one, and this is in Collins' congressional district. And the Collins share here was 51, and he's dropped to 44. It's exact, so it's right on that number. So we zoom out. We got 8% of the vote in, and Dooley is leading narrowly right now. Let's flip over. We'll explore this deeper. Let's flip over and take a look at that governor's primary because we haven't introduced that one yet, and I want to. Okay, wow. We got a big wow. So here's Rick Jackson and Burt Jones, and Jackson is leading this early by 25 points. With the same pool of votes that we just saw from Dooley. So let's take a look here and break this down. And again, in the preliminary, Jones finished ahead of Jackson. Let me just zoom out. Jones finished ahead of Jackson in the preliminary. It was 38-33 statewide, Jones over Jackson, 38-33. Now, what did that work out to in the two-way? If it was just Jones and Jackson, just the share of the vote, if you just took their votes and compared it, it was 54-46 for Jones, the lieutenant governor. Lieutenant governor endorsed by Trump and endorsed at the last minute by Governor Brian Kemp. Trump and Kemp on the same side here. Jackson, the self-funding businessman, poured a ton into this race, running as sort of a populist conservative. But again, the two-way vote between them in the primary, Jones got 54% of it. So what does he have? He has about 4 points of pad as we work our way through these counties, okay? So, so take a look at Fulton County, right? Say he's got about 4 points of pad. What was his number here in the preliminary? Jones's number in Fulton County in the preliminary was 47. 14 points off in the first batch of votes. Wow, if you're Jackson, that is super encouraging. Forsyth County, Forsyth and Cherokee, you're getting north of Atlanta here. These are big Republican vote centers here. Forsyth County, and this was a good county for Jackson in the primary. But again, we're working off Jones's number here just as a point of reference. So what was Jones's number here was 45 in the preliminary. Remember, we think he's got about 4 points of pad, give or take double digits off that. These are big counties here. Floyd County, okay? Look at this, Jackson by 23 points. What was the number here in the preliminary? The two-way share for Jones was 55. Sorry about it. 55 was the two-way share for Jones, down to 38. So wow. I mean, just zooming out here, 12% in right now. these numbers, if you're Jackson, these are spectacular numbers for you early. Let's take a look. Get down here. This is a big one, Chatham County, where Savannah is. Okay, so in the preliminary, the Jones share here of the two-way was 57. He's at 4. Again, he's well below the little sort of pad that he had coming out of that primary. Now go down to those coastal counties there. Glenn County, a pretty big one here. Jackson, 53-47. Jones's number here was 59. He's 12 points. It's just very consistent here. Lowndes County, where Valdosta is, this is a fair amount of vote here. The Jackson share here was 70. Oh my gosh, was 72. The two-way share between them. So wow, right away we got Jackson putting up. If you're him, these are dream numbers. If you're Rick Jackson early on here, if you're Jones, these are terrifying numbers. The one thing I would say is what we set up at the beginning. This is the early vote, right? The election day vote is the vote that tends to be the more pro-Trump, the more pro-MAGA. Okay, Trump has endorsed Jones, so if that's going to really show itself, the election day vote you'd expect him to do better in. But this is setting up where he's got to do, from what we're already seeing, he's got to do a lot better with the election day vote. And keep in mind, we say Trump endorsed Jones yesterday, or it might have been 2 days ago, but in the last 2 days, Donald Trump Jr. publicly said, basically, Rick Jackson's okay. He said he's a good man, and he said either way, he says not an endorsement, but either way, whether it's Jones or Jackson, MAGA wins. That was Donald Trump Jr. basically on the eve of this runoff. Did that indicate that the Trump folks saw some polling, that what we're looking at right now might be coming and they wanted to get a little bit ahead of it? Well, okay, I think that's worth keeping in mind. Does that also reflect that, hey, maybe there were indications there that this, the MAGA, the pro-Trump vote was not going to Jones? So there's indications of that certainly in what we're looking at from these results. Let's get back over to that Senate page here. 12% in. Mike Collins has taken the lead here statewide over Dooley by 206 votes. Let's see here. We had Douglas, right? What did we? I mean, let's just look through. I think the best thing we can do here is look at that trend that we established, right? That Collins he can probably afford to run about 7 points. In any given county, he can probably afford to run about 7 points worse than he did in the two-way vote in the preliminary, okay? So we're just going to run through a series of them here and see what that trend looks like, okay? So right here, the number for Collins was 47 in the preliminary. He's running at 45. That's good for him, okay? Just one county here, but this is what, this is a tiny, we showed you, okay, here we go. Collins is running at 47%. And what was the number here for him? It was 52. 52 down to 47, right? So it's only a 5-point drop for him. We're seeing drops, but we're not seeing them necessarily of the magnitude. Again, we're kind of getting into his congressional district here. These are small. We showed you Oconee County. Barrow County, okay, this is a pretty good one. Good size here. This is in Collins' district. Collins' two-way share here was 59 in the preliminary, down 10 points right there. So that's what Dooley would want to see. Jackson County, had we shown you this one before? If we didn't, we'll show it to you again. We're outside of the Collins congressional district, but he got 55 in the two-way vote in the preliminary. It's 47. So you're seeing a mix here. You're seeing a mix for Collins. We just got, okay, this is Clayton County. If this were a Democratic primary, I'd be super excited now because this would be a ton of votes. It's not that many on the Republican side. This is right there, just outside Atlanta here. But again, Collins got 48% here in the preliminary. He's running at 40%. We showed you Forsyth. Adam, what am I missing? Some big stuff here. What's the biggest one I'm not showing right now?
I was just taking a look. I was trying to look for election day vote.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'll go right back. This is a good size one. This is where Warner Robins is, and we got the early vote. Collins is running at 66% right here. He was running at 74 in the preliminary, so that's 8 points off in a pretty decent-sized county right there. Sorry, Adam, you were saying that's 14%. That's what it looks like.
I was trying to look for election day vote, and the most I see right now, well, actually, here's Polk County. No, Bleckley County.
Yep.
We have about, we have vote mode, election day vote and early vote in. In the early vote, we have Collins winning it 60-40, and the election day vote, he's winning it 69-31.
So, okay, and that's roughly how many votes are we talking about election day there?
That's 600 election day votes and 800 early votes.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, and it's a small number, but that is. You heard what Adam said. Early vote was 20. This is one county, but early vote was 20 plus 20 Collins. Election day votes running almost twice that. That's kind of what we saw in the primary. That's kind of what we've been seeing. That trend of the Trump candidate, the pro-Trump, the Trump-backed candidates, doing much better in the election day vote. It's small. It's not necessarily what it's going to be here, but we have reason to suspect it's going to be, and we now have one county where it's showing up that way. And that's a long way of saying, if that's the case, then everything we've been going through here, we're showing you some good-sized places where Dooley's getting, where if they were the final numbers, if what I was just taking you through were the final numbers, there are some big counties there where Dooley is getting the number he'd want to see at the end of the night. And there are some good-sized counties there where Collins is getting just what he would need, at the end of the night. But if that's what it looks like when we're basically looking at early vote, and the election day vote's going to be anything like what Adam just showed you, then it's advantage Collins. Then it's advantage Collins in a big way. So that's becoming already the big question here. Is there any kind of is that the pattern that establishes itself, where Collins is doing that much better with the election day vote? Do you have comparable numbers for the governor's race? Are we seeing any kind of a difference there? Is that something you can?
Yeah, I mean,
we
can revisit. Let's see if in our same county. Yeah, the same county, Bleckley County.
Yep.
We have, it's Jackson 46, Jones 54 in the election day vote.
Election day vote is Jones plus 8.
Yep.
Okay, and the pre-election vote is?
The pre-election vote is 54-46 for Jackson.
So, okay, now that's interesting. So that's a net 16-point shift between the pre-election and the election day. So this is where it's interesting, because Jackson's building a very big advantage here with the early vote. But if Jones is able to reverse that in a big way, we said with the election day vote, then the picture changes quickly. So take a look at Forsyth County. Just going to give you an example. This is some extrapolation until we have more of the election day vote that we can really dive into. But the Jones number in Forsyth County, right, was 46, okay, in the preliminary. Okay, it was the two-way number was 54-46 for Jackson over Jones. As you can see right now in the early vote, it's running at 66-34 for Jackson, 32 points. If what Adam just told you holds, though, then the election day vote would be running at a 16-point margin. It would be 58-42. Where would that land Jones, 34, 30. Jones would be coming. Oh boy, yeah. Jones would be that. If that's what were to happen, Jones would end up in the high 30s in a place like Forsyth. And again, he's got a pad of about 4 points. He can probably afford to finish with about 42% of the vote right here. Currently, he's running at 34. If he were getting the kind of improvement with the same day vote that Adam just told you he's getting in one small county, that number would come up, that same day vote would come to 42. You would blend the two of them together. This number would rise close. It's telling you, just very, very roughly, it's telling you that Jones is getting substantial same-day improvement. So while these are dream early numbers for Jackson, now it's a big question if what we saw in that one county is going to happen in other counties with the same-day vote. That's what has to happen across the board for Jones. At least that is what has to happen across the board. Because we've shown you already these early numbers have been we got Columbia County here. This is a pretty good size one. We got early vote in Columbia County, just north of Augusta here, sort of suburbs. And you're looking at Jackson 55, Jones 44 with the early vote here. And the Jones share was 56. Okay, Jones got 56% of the two-way vote between these two candidates in the preliminary. and he's running at 45. So it's well below where he can afford to be here, okay? He really probably needs to end up winning a county like this narrowly, but he probably wants to be over 50% here by a couple points. So that's the question. We're giving you the early vote right here. We got a ton of same-day vote to come. And if that same-day vote is substantially, net 16 points, for instance, as we saw in one county, more for Jones, he can do that. He can get to that number that he wants in Columbia. So this is setting up a really interesting dynamic right here. Take a look, Houston County, Warner Robins, we showed you this in the Senate race. Again, it's 54-46 here. What was the Jones number here in the primary? It was 57. So 57, 46. But again, we still got more than half the vote to come, and that vote is going to, we think, this is the expected vote, it's an estimate. But if that vote is much more pro-Jones, he can get to his number there. So zoom out. We got 15% statewide. The story right now is that Jackson is running up very big numbers with the early vote. The question is if Jones can compensate with the same-day vote. Jones running with the Trump endorsement. Can he get that's where you're really testing the value of the Trump endorsement, because we know that those election day voters tend to be the most hardcore pro-Trump Republican voters. Are they following Trump's heed here, Trump Sr.'s heed, and going big time for Jones? Were they swayed by what Donald Trump Jr. said the other night? So that's the question here. Adam, shout if you have any. I think we got Gwinnett. Yeah, okay, this is a huge, huge piece of real estate right here. Gwinnett County, just outside of Atlanta here. And this is just a very big, it's politically significant here. So in this race, Jones's share of the two-way vote in the preliminary, okay, was 51%, and he's running back at 36 right now. Right? Where does he need to land? Where would Jones need to land in a place like Gwinnett County? High 40s. Probably 47%. We say he's got a pad of about 4 points. Probably got to be about 47% in a place like this. He's getting 36% in the early vote. He's got to have a huge, huge number in that election day vote. That's what this is already kind of coming down to right here. Okay, governor's race. Adam, shout when you have either one of these races, but I think governor's race is honestly either one of them, any same-day stuff you have. I want to see Gwinnett here in the Senate race. Okay, so remember we said Derek Dooley has got to run up his score here in the immediate Atlanta metro area. So he's running 59-41 in the early vote. Okay, again, we take this from the standpoint of the Collins number. What was the Collins number in Gwinnett County in the preliminary? It was 47%. Was his share of the two-way vote? Say again. Okay, folks, that was the people in the control room talking to me in the ear. Just remember, if you've been watching this, our News Now team is doing, their news shows tonight. They wanted to check in with us. This is Tom Yamas's top story. So about 2 minutes from now, we're going to do a hit with them. I think they wanted to ask about California. So we may go a little bit away from this, but I promise you we're going to come right back to it. It's going to be like a 2-minute hit. We'll be right back to doing it. In the meantime, let's just, again, Gwinnett County, 47% was Collins' share. Was his two-way share in the preliminary. We think he's got about 7 points of pad. He's running a little, that's about where he can afford to be. That's the low end at the end of the night. If Collins is there or above in Gwinnett, he's probably in a good place. And what we're waiting on is the same-day vote. And if that same-day vote is substantially, more Collins-friendly than the election day vote, he's going to have no problem getting there. So, again, that's the difference between these Senate races and these governor's races. And let me just take a look as you're communicating this way. Last minute here, we had shown you Forsyth, we'd shown you Douglas. I'm just looking for big stuff around here. Rockdale County, this is more on the Democratic side. This is all just the area that Dooley needs to be running very well in. Have we gotten any more from, just again, this is sort of, these are small counties, but this is Buddy Carter's congressional district. We raised the question, they're about 45. See, folks, I don't want to get too deep into something and have to abandon it because we're going right to this hit. So why don't we just show you this? You know the dynamic here. Okay, Dooley in the early vote is basically hitting the numbers he needs to be to have a chance in this thing. But if that same-day vote is what Adam has started to see in that one county, then Collins should pull away. That's what he needs. He just needs to do better with the same-day vote. In the governor's race here, different story. Jackson's having monster numbers in the election day, in the early, meaning Jones needs monster numbers in the same day. Okay, they're going to do this hit now. We are back now, and polls have just closed in a critical runoff election in Georgia. Two Republicans battling it out for their party's nomination to try to flip a Senate seat red in November. And if it's election night, Steve Kornacki is at the big board. So, Steve, Congressman Mike Collins has the endorsement of President Trump. He's up against a former football coach, Derek Dooley. One of them will go head-to-head with Democrat Jon Ossoff in the general election. What are we seeing so far? Yeah, look, it's close so far here between Collins and Dooley. You see about 20% of the vote is counted. The key right now, Tom, is what you're looking at generally in these results. It is early vote that was cast, days ahead of time before Election Day. What's going to start to fill in all these places where you see different colors right now, what's going to start to fill in is the vote that was cast today in person. And that's going to be the test of this Trump endorsement, because what we've seen in these Republican primaries is that Election Day vote in Republican primaries, that tends to be the most pro-Trump, the most pro-MAGA vote. So if right now, this is an extremely competitive race in what we're seeing with the early vote. If that Election Day vote, which tends to be more pro-Trump, responds to Trump's call to Republicans to get behind Collins, he should be able to pull away here. But that's an open question right now, because we're not really seeing any of that Election Day vote yet. Right now, what we're looking at is a very competitive race. All right, and then before you go, there's a heated Senate battle for the GOP in Alabama. What are you going to be watching for there? Yeah, well, in Alabama, the polls will be closing in less than an hour. Another test of the Trump endorsement, Trump endorsing Congressman Barry Moore. Barry Moore finished first in the preliminary. This is a runoff. Jared Hudson had finished second. He's sort of a conservative, grassroots sort of insurgent figure here. He finished a distant second to Moore in the preliminary. There's some pretty clear geographical contours here. Moore's congressional district is based in the sort of Mobile, South Alabama area. Expect him to run up the score here. Hudson did really well around Birmingham, population center in the middle part of the state. I think the area that's going to decide this is North Alabama and Huntsville, which is one of the fastest growing cities in the country and has become the biggest city in Alabama. I think that might be the region that decides this thing tonight.
And a place where NBC is #1. We love Huntsville.
All right, Steve Kornacki, we thank you for that. We know you'll be at the Kornacki camp all night long. All right, folks, there we go. So while we were doing that, as you can see, we've ticked up to 24% here in the Senate runoff here. Collins and Dooley have kind of been trading positions there. Show you the governor's race, what that looks like. So, I mean, first of all, just a clear difference between these races. We're looking at the same pool of votes, of ballots that have been counted in each race. In one of them, it's working out to dead even in what's been counted so far. In the other, it's working out to a giant advantage for Rick Jackson. Adam, have we seen any more Election Day vote?
Yeah, we have a couple counties with Election Day vote. I was just looking at Webster County. It was Jackson plus, I think I wrote down here, 46 in the pre-Election Day vote, and it was Jackson plus 14 in the Election Day vote.
Wow.
Pulaski County is the one I was just looking at. That one was 54-46 in the pre-election day vote for Jackson.
It was Jackson plus 8 in the pre-election.
Yeah, and then it was 55-45 for Jones in the election day.
Wait, okay, Jackson plus 8 to Jones, Jays I'm seeing here. This is Jackson plus 8 and then Jones plus 10.
Plus 10, right.
Wow, okay.
Those were the two counties I was looking at. There's a couple other small counties. Let's see if we can.
We're seeing big swings here, yeah.
Yeah, so Greene County is another one.
Yeah.
It was 56-44 in the
for who?
Early in person for Jackson.
Jackson was plus 12.
And then in the election day, this one's not all in.
Right.
But Jones is leading that 55-45.
So the swing is 22 points. The swing is 18 points, right? And the swing is 32 points. That's the net swing that we're seeing in Jones's direction. The difference now in 3 counties here that we're getting these election day results from versus the early vote. So, wow, just like I said, those initial numbers we saw, those initial returns of the early voting were dream numbers for Jackson. Those initial election day vote numbers that we're seeing are dream numbers for Jones. So this is now netting out to. We posed that question right away as we started to see Jackson putting those numbers up there. We saw right away Jones is going to need to have monster election day numbers. Starting to get some indications that he is, or that it's certainly possible that he will. Seeing that in 3 counties now so far. let's take a look here as the Atlanta metro area continues to sort of fill in a bit. We got Cherokee County. This is one of the biggest Republican vote producing counties in the United States of America, plurality producing counties here. You see Jackson here. Again, this is the early vote. It's a 30-point advantage for Jackson, 65-35. Now, the two-way between these two candidates in the preliminary, okay, Jones got 49% in the preliminary, dropping to 35. So again, those are dream numbers for Jackson because look, Jones ultimately wants to be in the 40s in Cherokee County. He wants to be, it was 42% or above, I would say, in Cherokee County. He's running at 35, but that's with only the early vote. And if that same day vote is swinging the way Adam just described it, if that's extending to a place like Cherokee County, that's one thing. What Adam was just showing us, those are very small counties so far where we're seeing those numbers. Cherokee County's massive. We're sort of north of Atlanta here, suburbs, exurbs, growth, and again, sort of core Republican area here in the state. If it extends there, Jones got a fighting chance, got more than a fighting chance here. If he's getting that kind of a jump here, again, he wants his number, his overall number in Cherokee County to land probably at 42% or above. The kind of swing we're seeing in those small counties, if applied to Cherokee County, would do that for him. So, but again, we need to see that in some bigger places. And I'm just taking it, again, Dawson County here, take a look. Early vote, right? Half the vote. Jackson, 66, Jones, 34. What was Jones' number in Dawson County? In the preliminary, he lost it, right? He lost the two-way, 46, right? 46 down to 34. So again, it's a very consistent pattern that we've seen in these results. We got Bibb County where Macon is. I see we got about a quarter of the vote there. The early vote here, 53-47, Jackson over Jones. The Jones number here was 60, right? Starts out at 47, right? So again, where does Jones want to land in a place like this? Remember the math here. He can afford to give about 7 points off his preliminary two-way margin. So that was 60. He could probably afford to land, give or take, at 53% here. He starts out the count tonight at 47. If he's doing that much better with the Election Day vote that will now be added into this, he can definitely hit that 53% number or even go higher than that. Again, sort of we're getting some votes here. Henry County, again, in a Democratic primary, this would be a monster here, but it's still pretty substantial. In a Republican primary, probably 1.5% of the vote will come out of here. Half the vote here, early vote. So Jackson with a 5-point margin over Jones here. Okay, in the preliminary, the Jones number here was 62, right? 62. He's basically running at 48 right now. He probably wants to get to 55 here. So half the vote, he's running at 47.5. He wants to get to 55. What does that mean? It means he's got, in that second half of the vote, he's got to be over 60%. The election, he's got to get more than 60% of the Election Day vote in Henry County, and that would net out to about 55%, which should be about his target here tonight. But what Adam is telling us, at least from the small counties where we're seeing this, is that's not out of the question at all. So again, just giving you a sense of it, zoom out, 27% of the vote, a little bit more than a quarter in here, gubernatorial primary, that's the dynamic. Go over to the Senate side here, okay, 26%. So it's not, it's now a 4,500 vote margin, as you see there for Collins, over Dooley. Had we shown you, I don't think we had shown you Henry. We could just, again, give you, this is a pretty good one because it's half, like literally half the expected vote here, right? So what was the Collins share here in the primary? The two-way share for Collins was 59. Okay, he got 59%. He's running at 51. Okay, and again, we think he's got a pad there. We think he's got a pad there of about 7 points. So where does he want to? He's just south. He's just a tick below where he wants to be, with half the vote still to come. He probably, I'd say 52 would be a good target for him here. He's at 51. Okay. But if that second half of the vote is like at all better for Collins than the first half, he'll hit that target. And if it's substantially better, he'll blow by that target. That continues to be the dynamic. I don't think did we look at Cherokee here? This is the big one. Okay, Cherokee County here in the Senate race. Again, 55-45 right now. Dooley over Collins with that early vote. The Collins two-way share here in the preliminary. He got more votes than Dooley up here. He got 50. Sorry about this. Let me do that again. He got 52, okay, right? and he's running at 45 right now. And again, that's exactly basically where he needs to. We say 7 points. He can afford to, shave about 7 points off that margin. That would knock him to 45. So if it stays at 45, it indicates a super close race statewide. But if the rest of that vote, the election day vote, is at all more Collins, he will be over the number that he can. 45 is probably the target for him. He'll be over that. So these are like sort of, what would you say, prospectively, the numbers you're seeing kind of across the board here in this Senate race, in the Senate runoff, are prospectively good for Collins, better for Collins than Dooley. What Dooley needs to have a shot here is something that we really haven't seen in these primaries so far, and that is that that election day vote, in a Republican primary, doesn't substantially shift towards the Trump-endorsed, Trump-aligned candidate. And again, any more election day vote we got, Adam?
Not at this second.
Okay, you'll flag anything we get there, right?
Yep.
Okay, because that's the question of the hour. Is what are we looking at there? I think had we shown you Columbia in the Senate race, suburbs here of Augusta. Forgive me if I think I went through this on the governor's side. Do you remember? It was the governor's.
I don't remember. Richmond and Paulding were the ones that just came over. Coweta just came over.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that I just caught my attention.
Yeah. Okay. So Paulding's a pretty good size here. Okay, right. Paulding, you may remember from our 14th district special election coverage. So again, this is sort of a fast-growing area here, sort of Atlanta exurbs. Okay, so Dooley is slightly ahead here in the early count, and the Collins number here was 52 in the preliminary. And again, he won the two-way share pretty handily over Dooley in the preliminary, meaning he could come down off that preliminary number and still be okay. He probably can come down to about 45%. He's already at 49. Already at 49 with the election day vote still to come. So that's, again, that's what we're saying. These numbers are prospectively good for him. Those are the kinds of things that we're seeing right here. Take a look here. We got about a third of the vote, early vote. Again, same exercise. Collins is running at 45. His two-way share here in the preliminary was 47. So he's actually already over it. These are getting better for Collins as we kind of look through them here. Zoom out statewide, 30%. Collins opens up a 7,000 vote advantage. And again, I think the other thing now that this map is really, kind of filling in, we still have, some blank counties here, but we've had some pretty big ones. I'll tell you, the big one we have not heard from is right here, Cobb County. Cobb County is probably going to produce the most votes in this primary, the most raw votes in this primary. I think about 7% of all the votes statewide here in this Republican runoff are going to come out here. We haven't heard from them yet. Obviously, look all around it. You can expect probably a pretty safe bet that'll be a Dooley shade of pink when it lights up initially. But again, that's going to be that early vote, and then we're gonna kind of go from there. Governor's race, flip back over, 30%, and again, continues to be a solid advantage for Jackson, but some indications that Jones can reverse this. Jones can reverse this thing on that election day vote.
I can give you the cumulative, election day vote early split. I gave you some of the counties that we have, completed vote in. But some of these counties we have partial vote in, and so we have cumulative numbers if you wanted to.
Now, okay, let's just set this up properly ahead of time. When you say cumulative, when you give me the early vote, it's going to be just the early vote from the counties that we're talking about.
No, it's going to be early vote from everywhere and election day vote from everywhere.
That's apples and oranges. Yeah, we need some apples to apples comparisons here to make this to make sense of this. But
I'll keep you posted.
And one thing, we had gone through those numbers for 3 counties in the governor's race. Did you have them for the Senate race too?
Sure, yeah, we have them.
Why don't we do that? Because I think that one's a little more clear cut right now, and this might make it clear. Take me through the Collins margin. We'll do early, same day. What you're finding in completed counties?
Yeah, so the biggest ones we have right now, Brantley, in the pre-election day vote, it was Collins 71, Dooley 29.
So 42 points for Collins in the
election day vote. 75, 25.
So 50. Okay.
Bleckley County.
Yep.
The pre-election 60, 40, Collins over Dooley. And then election day, 69-31, Collins over Dooley.
38, yeah, we had shown that one. Yep.
And then Ben Hill would be another one here.
Yep.
Pre-election day vote, Collins 58-42. And then election day vote, Collins 66-34.
Okay, so 3 small counties, but 8, 18, and 16 is the net shift towards Collins in those 3 that are that we have election day vote from. I mean, Ben Hill's very small, but we think Ben Hill's completed. So this is useful because we're going to start to get to do this more and more as they fill in, right? So now we've got the 2 pieces here. We've got the pre-election and we've got the election day. We've got them merged together, and this is where it lands. This is a very small county, but this is where it lands. Okay, so this is sort of the ultimate test right here. Collins' share of the 2-way vote in Ben Hill County in the preliminary was, I keep doing that, was 60%. Blending in that significant improvement he got with the election day vote, he lands at 62. Remember, we said Collins in any given county has a pad of about 7 points off of that preliminary number, right? Meaning he probably just wants to be 53 or above in a place like this, and he lands at 62. So it's very small, but as we start to get completed counties and those 2 pieces come together, right, that's what we're looking at. There's one small completed county, but there's Collins doing better than he did in the 2-way preliminary split with Dooley, okay? So that's, again, these numbers are, everything that we're seeing right now, we're saying is prospectively very encouraging for Collins in terms of winning this thing. And now, in at least a completed county, you're seeing how those 2 things kind of come together. The possibility that's being hinted at right here, which also means, perhaps more significantly, in the governor's race, we can do this too. Why did it take me so long to do this? Jackson 52, Jones 48 is where it lands in the governor's race. So how did those 2 pieces come together here in this county? The Jones share in the preliminary, was 55. We've blended together the pre and the election day, it's 48. And what did we say Jones's pad was in any given county? Remember, it was 54-46 was the 2-way share, about 4 points. So 51 or so would be the target for Jones in a county like this. Basically, he'd want to be on the north side of 50. He lands just on the south side of it. Now, that's one small county, and that's not a huge difference between 48 and 51. But if that becomes the story of coming short of that number that, is sort of his pad here, that becomes a problem for him. But, I think that's what we're looking at. We're looking at some real suspense here in this governor's race. Just based on the numbers, the sort of very limited numbers that we've seen that Adam's been able to give us from the election day vote in some of these places. I think, had you told me, Adam, Bleckley's another one we got? Yeah, we're complete.
Bleckley's another one. We got Cobb and Hall early votes in the.
Oh, okay. We'll go back to Bleckley. Remind me if I don't. Sorry, Cobb. We've really hyped Cobb here. What are we looking at? Okay, we got early vote in Cobb. Again, single biggest vote-producing county, we think, tonight in the Republican side in this runoff. Jackson 64, Jones 36. This is a biggie. The number for Jones, right, in Cobb County in the 2-way vote in the preliminary was 51, and he's running at 36, right? And again, he doesn't have to get 51. I'd say he wants to be at 47 or above. He's at 36 right now. He's got to do a ton better. Now, there is a lot of votes still to come in Cobb County, and that's going to be election day vote. You got to do a lot better than he did with that early vote, because that's the number he wants to end up hitting. So, and again, this is not inside. We've shown you a couple completed counties here that are very small, hundreds of, 1,500, 2,000 votes total. I mean, look at this. We got, more than 20,000 just in the early vote right here in Cobb. This is the mother of all counties, as a matter of fact, tonight, as it goes in Georgia. But again, any completed county we want to look at. That's why I'm going to zoom in on Bleckley for a minute. It's basically a tie between these candidates. It's a difference of 6 points. It is a 50-50 tie. What was the Jones number in the preliminary? The two-way Jones, oh boy, the two-way Jones number was 59 here, right? He has a little bit of a pad. He probably wants to be at 55 or above. He gets 50. It's two, again, these are two small counties, but we're with them because these are the completed counties. And they're the ones they're gonna tell the clearest picture. But we got two completed counties, two very small completed counties, and in both of them, Jones is finishing several points below what would kind of be his baseline hit this number or above target. At 50, probably wants to be at 55 or above here. Remember, we showed you 48, probably wanted to be at 51 or above. So we've seen that in two counties right now that are completed. Adam, any more completed? I can look here too while I don't mean to.
Yeah, no, I think I have Banks and Greene counties.
Yeah.
I don't know. We may have done Greene before, but yeah, we could talk through those if you want to talk through them. Banks County, I have the early vote at 63-37 for Jackson.
Sorry. 63-37 Jackson. You have Jackson plus 26 with the early vote, right?
And then on the election day, I have it for Jones 53-47.
You have Jones, so we have a 32-point swing there.
That's right.
Wow. Okay, so there's one that, I'm just trying to take stock of the clock here because it's also, we have Alabama closing in 9 minutes.
We'll also join Stay Tuned at the top of the hour as well.
Okay, take me through the plan here. We have DC closing as well.
Yes.
So at the top, we're going over to do an update on Georgia.
Yes,
Okay.
and as polls close in Alabama, they just kind of want an overview of the night.
Okay, folks. One thing I'll tell everybody just about Alabama when it closes, it's a pretty slow counting state. We'll spend more time kind of setting it up right there. I think you know the basic dynamics. Barry Moore, the Trump-endorsed candidate, finished first in that preliminary, but Jared Hudson, there's a lot of signs in the polling that Hudson's got some real life there. Could be a very interesting race. Just to set that up, though, it's pretty sluggish getting those numbers going there. Folks watching in D.C. tonight, we haven't forgotten about your mayor's race. Look, I'm not going to leave this for more than a second, but we got it teed up here.